Alright, here we are with another Silent Ascension 20 gameplay video. Who knows what's gonna happen? I don't, but let's hope for positive things. Yeah, try to manipulate the RNG in our favor. Upgraded card. Could upgrade neutralized. So an upgraded card is pretty much always just going to be neutralized with silent, because you know that it's just your starting deck, and neutralize gives the best value in the upgrade. I guess this is like the normal snipe option. Obtain a random relic, rare relic. That could be okay. And then I never do this one. So let's just take a look at the. Generally want to just get in the practice of looking through the floor before you make this meow decision. So, so we get these three elites. So basically, whatever path we choose at the start will have one layer of elite. Only the left has multiple elites, and the far left is the only one that can have three elites. So, no way are we probably going on the right path here, because one elite just typically isn't good enough. This might be the best starting position because it gets a shop before we face our elites. We are going to have to face a green elite, but we don't necessarily have to. Like if our deck is pretty shit by this point, we'll just abort, and a campfire is fine, and then we'll just take on two elites. That's probably the game plan here. I mean, honestly, we're probably not going to take on this green shard, because we're only going to take it if we're pretty strong, because this is a pretty rough. There's no campfire in between here. It's pretty rough to take on three elites, especially when the first one is a super elite. And then after, there's still no healing. So like, there's no healing on that route. It's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad route. It's only good if our deck is for whatever reason. Like we'd have to get some rare cards, or maybe a really good rare relic. If we just do like upgrade card, I don't think there's really a chance that we can take that route. There's nothing. I can't really do a snipe. I mean, I could attempt a snipe, I guess, if all three of these were not a mob. That could be an okay option, but I think it's unlikely that we would get that snipe. Also, it's like if I don't get the snipe, I gave up a pretty good route, because this route's pretty nice because you get the first three enemies are always like the easy ones. Then after that is when they kind of get harder. So we would get our three easy rewards. We'd get a shop, and then this might be a good event. I think I like that, and a random rare relic's pretty hard to beat. 6 HP isn't necessarily a horrible price to pay. If you think about it, like it's only like a future price to pay because you already have reduced health anyway. So it's not like it actually does anything negative to you immediately. So let's go with that option. Yeah, I don't like. This is like one of those relics that on lower Ascension it was like really fun, but on higher Ascension, there's too many fucking status. There's just no way to ever make this work. So we basically just got a complete miss there, which sucks. Oh well. Let's go. Can't win them all. If anything, at least it got it out of the way. I mean, that's one positive way to look at it. Another positive thing to look at is that we're facing Jawworm, which is the worst starting enemy. And then we also, on the turn that he has no block and isn't attacking, we also drew all defense and only a neutralize. So that's another positive thing to consider. Oh, did I say positive? Man, this is fucking bullshit. Yeah, whatever. So we can block that. No sense striking. It's just a waste of a click when he's got that much armor. I foresee us taking a lot of damage to Jawworm here. It's gonna suck. Also, I so rarely even proc this thing that like even the value that I would get out of it is like I just don't end up getting it. So I guess we got a choice here. He's already gained so much strength that I don't know if I want to defend. I could block most of this. I don't know. I think I need to do 2 strikes here. Like, before too long, I'm just gonna get annihilated by this guy. Okay, we can block here because he has armor. It's like a little more wasteful to play the strikes when he's got armor like that. Even here, I guess I'll... So he doesn't have any armor the next turn, and I got strikes coming up. I'll admit I should have checked that first, but it's all good. So I think this line, I think, was correct that earlier turn when we took a bunch of damage to get some strikes in, because I think it like prevented us from dying too hard. So as far as like floor 1 rewards, I'd say Sucker Punch isn't that good. Mainly just because it doesn't really do enough damage. Like, the weakness is a decent enough utility, but it's not insane enough utility to really justify the low damage for a 1 cost. Really what Silent is lacking is damage. Like, they already have defense kind of taken care of in their opener kit. So these 2 are pretty solid commons, Dagger Throw and Deadly Poison. I think since we have Slime Boss, Poison isn't so good against them, so I'll probably take Dagger Throw. I would say Dagger Throw in general is maybe better than Deadly Poison anyway, but the fact that Slime Boss is coming up at the end just further entices me to go the Dagger Throw route. It's a pretty... Okay, so we have Well-Aid plans. I'll probably just buy that. I mean, the potions are pretty good too. I did already get a pretty good attack though, so like I could maybe justify getting the Well-Aid plans just because it's so good of a card. Yeah, I'll go Well-Aid plans. The other route, we could have Flying Knee. It's a little bit mediocre of an attack. The reason I don't think Flying Knee is great, like if you compare it to Dagger Throw does more damage. That's one of the big factors of why I would say Flying Knee isn't necessarily great. Is like the damage it's not bad. It's not as bad as like Sucker Punch, but it's also not as good as Dagger Throw or some other attacks available to you. Or even like I would say Deadly Poison's also better than Flying Knee. It just does more damage, and damage is what you need. Flying Knee, the utility. My argument here is that quite often you just can't make use of that energy. You don't know what you're going to draw next turn, and in Act 1, you don't really have high cost hands anyway, typically. And you also don't necessarily have big hands because you don't have card draw and ways to fill up your hands. So like you may sometimes you can use the energy, but like for instance, if you draw 2 strikes and a bunch of defends the next turn, and you're like fighting somebody that turn isn't attacking, it's not like that energy did anything to you if you played Flying Knee the turn before. So like you're playing your 2 strikes like you would have anyway. So you very often just can't make use of that energy. Choke is a pretty bad card. It's a very niche card. It's only really good with Bullet Time. With Bullet Time, it's a pretty okay card. Otherwise, it's just like, I mean, you can think of it as like, it's essentially in Act 1 a 15 damage attack. At best, it could be 18 if you have your neutralize. I guess if you have a few 0 costs, but there's not really too many 0 costs I would get. Calculated Gamble can be okay, but at this stage, when I'm looking for damage, I'm not going to take that card. Other options we could have done, we could have removed a strike. I don't really want to do that because I'm not necessarily good on damage yet. The potions, I would say that the only other choice here, other than Well-Aid plans, would have been the potions. You could argue that buying the potions would have been the better call here, because that kind of guarantees that we can take on those elites. And as I should have maybe considered them a bit more, because as I'm talking now, I actually think the potions were the correct call here. The potions would have allowed us to take this elite on for sure. Like having an attack and a flame potion. Lagavulin is the only one that would struggle against still, but like against Knob and Sentries, those two potions would totally allow us to take them on. But I'm not necessarily sad to have a well-laid plans in my deck either. I guess let's put it on him just for the damage, and because we're probably going to block with the rest of our energy anyway. And then this sets it up so we can do 2 strikes for a kill. So we'll do 2 strikes. We should have played Dagger Throw first, technically. You generally want to draw first if you got to draw a card. I guess we'll just block and do a weak strike. Of course, the turn he does 12. I don't draw any defense. That was 1 short of lethal. 3 strikes is always 18 damage. So, outmaneuver, I'd say never really take this card in almost any situation. Just kind of get it out of your mind of taking this card. The situations in Act 1, it'll just never work. And the situations are so small that it's actually good, and it's if you're like a newer player watching these videos to try and learn about the game, I would just write this card off, honestly. Like when you get really advanced to the game, you can maybe figure out situations that you use it in, but I 99.999% of the time I'm never adding this to my deck. Just does absolutely nothing the turn you play it, and it's only like 1 energy. You only gain like 1 energy positive in the grand resource scheme, and usually you can't even use that energy the next turn, so it's just not a good card. These other 2 cards are pretty good. Well, Masterful Stab, I have very mixed feelings about Masterful Stab. I think I rate it lower than most of the good players do. I have reasons for that I think I stand by, but I think it's pretty good in Act 1. Like, I could maybe consider it over Crippling Cloud, since it might give us a chance to take on this elite route. But, so like, for instance, it's pretty good against Knob. It's going to do a lot of damage, and it may cost 0, it may cost 1. If you're unlucky, it would cost 2. But the Knob fight, it doesn't last. If it lasts more than 3 or 4 turns, you're dead anyway. So it's pretty good against Knob. Against Sentries, it's pretty good. I mean, it gives you that nice initial damage boost, which you kind of need to try to kill one of the Sentries quick. If the fight goes on too long, you won't be able to play it. But if it gets to like a 2 or 3 cost, that's fine, because your hands are pretty empty at the later stages of that fight anyway. And if the fight goes on long enough that if it's costing like 4 or 5, you probably are going to die anyway. And against Lagavulin, similar story. It's just a lot of good efficient damage, so it's a really good Act 1 card. But there's something you do kind of like. I don't necessarily want to get you in a bad mode of thinking. So like Act 1, you're really trying to focus toward Act 1. So I don't want to necessarily get it in your head some sort of a bad habit here. But I just want to say, for Masterful Stab in particular, it falls off harder than almost any card that is like a typical Act 1 include in the mid to late game. So it's like, to me, it's worse than a strike at that point, because it's often just unplayable. At least a strike you can use sometimes to get a little bit of chip damage, maybe finish an enemy off. But this thing, I don't know. It can be okay if you have a deck that you're just not taking any chip damage here and there, it's like, sure, it will remain as a 0 cost, but I guess my argument there would be you didn't need Masterful Stab anyway at that point if your deck is that good, but maybe there's the argument that Masterful Stab in Act 1 allowed you to get to a point to be that good, so like, I get people's arguments for why they like this card. I typically haven't found in practice it actually does that well for me. I don't try to read too much into win rates when like attached to cards, but I will say I examined my data a lot, and I haven't seen much evidence to support Masterful Stab having a positive effect on my win rate. But Crippling Cloud, on the other hand, has an absolutely good effect on it. And I find Crippling Cloud is just good at every stage of the game. It's similar to like Piercing Whale in that sense. So like, generally you're looking for attacks in Act 1, but there's a few skills that just sort of work, like Deadly Poison, Crippling Cloud, Piercing Whale, Bouncing Flask. Those are the type of skills I would say are still fine to add in Act 1. Crippling Cloud, it's not necessarily insane versus the elites, but if you can upgrade it, it is. But it's really good against the normals, and you can't ignore the fact that if you can lose less HP against the normals, that means you can take on more elites. That's totally a thing. Another thing about Crippling Cloud is like it does really want to be upgraded to really get the proper value out of it. It's a little underwhelming in the unupgraded form, but in the upgraded form, the 7 poison that it gets, you know, when I was first learning this game, it didn't seem like that insane of an upgrade. It took me a while to really conceptualize how important this upgrade is. It's one of the most important upgrades you can do. Like this upgrade's, it's okay. 4 damage is always better than like a 3 damage upgrade, but like if I were to compare the upgrades, that doesn't even come close to the value that you get from 7 poison. That's, you know, the math, it's hard to really lay out the math of how poison works, like how much better it is just having that 3 extra poison in an AoE fashion is, but it's like the damage in like say a 3-turn vacuum is insane. Like on its own, it's already good. Well, I didn't mean to click it there, but I guess that forced my hand. I think I was going to take it anyway. But yeah, so I could, let's see, we got strikes coming up. So if I do Crippling Cloud now, it will do 4 to each of them. Then the following turn it would have 3. So this guy would be down to 12. 3 would take him down to 9. Dagger Throw could finish him if I draw it. So I draw 5 cards. Roughly a 50% chance that I get Dagger Throw. So out of 9 cards, I draw 5, one of them. It's like a little bit over 50% chance that I would get Dagger Throw. Or I could just do a strike. Although if I do the strike, it's a little more consistent that I can kill them because the armor will be removed. I'll probably just do 2 strikes and a well-laid plans. So I got Survivor, 2 Defends, Neutralize. If I draw the offense, they're just going to die. Well, I am going to be weakened, so that's not, oh yeah, I didn't factor in that I'm going to be weakened, so it's probably good that I didn't open with Crippling Cloud. I think, though, in light of the fact that I'm weakened, I might hold on to Crippling Cloud. Because this guy's gaining strength. Yeah, I could do a Defend as well, but I think Crippling Cloud might be the better hold here. So, for instance, let's see, 6, yeah, 6 plus 4, so I'll just do this. I could just defend this, I guess. Yeah, just no point in taking damage, I guess. So I'm weak for 2 turns, I'll just keep holding the Crippling Cloud. So I'll do the Crippling Cloud and just defend. I feel like it's a safer route. That way I can kill, you know, whoever I need to kill. Two Crippling Clouds or Skewer. So Skewer is also a very good Act 1 attack. I rate it higher than Masterful Stab, but similar to Crippling Cloud, it needs an upgrade to really shine. You know, the 10... So I think Skewer, most often I'm playing it for 1 or 2 energy. Sometimes it's for 3. So I think of it as like it's either the upgrade at 2 energy. At 3 energy, it's the max value, but it's just rare that you're going to be able to pull that off. Usually, you need to like place something else and then it. But so you know, 30 damage versus 21 damage at 3 is pretty insane. But the more likely thing is a 2 cost. So even then, the upgrade is 14 to 20. Now. That's a really good upgrade. That's a 6 damage upgrade at 2 energy. So compare it to other really good Act 2 attacks, for instance, or Act 1 attacks, for instance, Predator. It's a 2 energy attack. It does 15 normally, and then it gets to 20 on the upgrade. So the damage upgrade for Skewer is actually even more than Predator at 2 energy. And at 3, it's even, you know, at more. But so I don't know. I probably don't need 2 Crippling Clouds at this point. If it were more toward the middle and late game, and if I wasn't going against Slime Boss, I might take another. But Skewer is probably the better choice here. And Finisher I don't really rate at all. It's only really similar to Choke. It only really works in a bullet time deck or a Shiv deck, both of which aren't really that good of consistently good decks. So we'll do Skewer, and we'll go to the left, and we don't have any shops coming up, so it's not really worth it for me to gain this gold at the cost of HP. I don't think, because at any rate, I probably won't take on the screen guy just yet. I have 42 health. My deck is okay, but it really needs some upgrades to properly be utilized. So I'm just going to lose 39 gold. I hate that event. It's a really shitty event for Act 1 in my opinion. Rarely are you ever having the shop ahead of you, so immediately it just saps your value for like minimal return later on in my opinion. So really it just takes your gold away. So it's just a net negative event usually. So I don't think I can take this guy realistically on. I have a colorless potion which is pretty inconsistent. It's like this thing has such a low floor and a high ceiling that I don't really need to roll the dice. I feel like I want to hit more, at least one of these up on the way anyway. If I did this, I'd only get 1 upgrade, and I probably wouldn't upgrade, I would just rest anyway. So as far as upgrades, this is a tough one. I mean, it's definitely between Crippling Cloud and Skewer. Well-laid plans in the mid to late game is also a very insane upgrade. It's like literally doubling the value. It's already valuable as it is, but then you double that already valuable thing of retaining yet another card. It literally upgrades it to like playing 2 well-laid plans for the price and card slot of 1. But at this point in the game, I would gain a lot more from either Skewer or Crippling Cloud. Let's see. Versus these elites, I'm coming right into the elite, or I got 1 normal fight before then. I think I'll upgrade Skewer. I think it's a safer bet. If I face sentries, I don't have a reliable way to burn through that artifact and really make use of my the upgrade there. So for instance here, we just simply kill him, you know. Although it was maybe stupid because we're frail. Yeah, I kind of regret that, but whatever. That was pretty stupid. That was pretty stupid. So I think the better play there would have been to actually play it at just defend and get a little bit of I don't know. I forget what I had in my opening hand. It's possible I still made the right call because I was frail the next turn, and you don't know if that guy was going to buff himself up or attack again. At any rate, I would have been vulnerable anyway. So I don't think it was necessarily the wrong line of attack. So here's some interesting choices. Dodge and roll is not, sorry, dodge and roll is the one I'm definitely not considering. I generally will never take this in Act 1 at all. The only way I would consider it is if I had footwork already and it was like past the elites already. I might consider it because it can help on the boss and just in the later game, but as it stands, it'd be adding, it's almost like it's worse than a defend without footwork. I mean, so like the immediate benefit is 4 block. That's pretty shitty. So I wouldn't add this to your decks in Act 1, especially in the first half. Now these two are pretty good Act 1 cards. 1,000 Cuts is awkward to play a lot of the time, but we do have some AoE in the form of Crippling Cloud, but it's not really AoE that would work against the sentries. Then again, also we're not sentries. You're not really playing many cards to make advantage of this. But one thing that 1,000 Cuts is pretty good at is taking on this boss. It's actually pretty good against that boss, particularly if you can upgrade it. This is a card that's kind of underwhelming in the unupgraded. This is one of those cards where it literally doubles its value when you upgrade it. Those type of cards typically, outside of Well-Laid Plans, I would say Well-Laid Plans is still really good in its unupgraded form, but like a lot of these cards where it's like the upgrade is like doubling the value, a lot of them are pretty underwhelming in their unupgraded form. I would say 1,000 Cuts kind of fits into that. For 2 energy, it's a bit slow to play if it's only going to do 1 damage each time, but at 2 damage each time you can kind of justify it, especially in Act 1. That's a lot of AoE damage. Our deck, and also worth noting, is like Skewer, you can play it at 0 energy to proc it. It's like a minor benefit, but Poison Stab is a pretty safe call as well. It's one of the better attacks in Act 1 you can add. It is poisons, but it's not necessarily bad against Slime Boss. You can still think of it as a 9 damage 1 cost that adds a little bit of scaling, but Slime Boss kind of removes that scaling. So it's a lot better than like Deadly Poison, I would say, if you're facing Slime Boss. I'm kind of leaning toward Poison Stab, just because right now we don't really have... It would combo kind of nicely with Crippling Cloud. When you have the poison to combo with each other, it just kind of gets better. So we have 2 potions. One of them's the Blessing of Forge is pretty decent, especially since we can play that to get this upgraded. Also, the Poison Stab is a pretty good upgrade as well. It gives you, it kind of gives you a little bit of a boost in both the immediate damage, but also the poison. I would still upgrade Crippling Cloud over it, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe we go. I think we can try to take them on. I think we have to play it a little close to the wire, so we could. I don't know if I want to upgrade here. I don't necessarily. Another thing about upgrading Well-Laid Plans in Act 1 is like you typically don't need to retain 2 cards because you typically don't have the energy or otherwise like set up to really pull it off. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold on to the Poison Stab And once I get the Crippling Cloud, I'm going to upgrade the both of them since they're both pretty good upgrades. And then hopefully, so there is a slight chance we don't draw it, but luckily we didn't get unlucky. So we'll drink it, we'll apply it, and as for what I'm going to hold on to, we most likely need to defend probably at least twice, so I'll probably hold the Dagger Throw because it's better at 1 energy than Skewer would be. I can also use it to draw another card if for whatever reason I don't draw anything good. I mean, we'll open with it anyway. And then we'll just defend twice. We kind of just want to... We don't want to take too much damage here because we have another normal fight and then an elite afterward. So... Let's see, Survivor. I'm kind of just hoping... I could hold the defend, but the Skewer... I want to maybe carry this over to the next turn after this. So neutral weakness is really good against Lagavulin. It's literally a defend worth of damage mitigation. So we pretty much mitigate most of the damage there, and now I can carry this Skewer over. So by the way, I'm still happy with my well-laid plans take. Think about how much in this fight has been made possible through well-laid plans, right? So we could put everything into Skewer, but I'm going to Poison Stab once and then do the Skewer. So let's think. We got to think if we want to try to survive next turn or finish him next turn. So he'll go down to 18 health. He'll have 11 poison, so then he's essentially at... what is it, 9, or, sorry, what was it? He's down to, so he's down to 28, or 18, and then he'll have 11 poison, so he's down to 7. I think we just go for the kill. That was easier math than, I will say also, when I'm trying to commentate, I know I sound pretty dumb, and I am, honestly, but it's like, I've only recently started doing this, and my brain doesn't quite work as well when I'm trying to like talk everything out loud. So you got to bear with me a little bit. I'll get better over time. So we've added 3 attacks, and we have a skill. Do we need another attack? Is a question. So we only took 7 damage on that fight against a pretty formidable elite. So I would never take Concentrate. The only time I would ever take Concentrate is in Runic Pyramid, and only if I'm finding that I just can't get my hands emptied. Blade Dance I pretty much never take. I don't think Blade Dance is very good at all. The reason I don't think Blade Dance is very good is because it's a skill, so like if you're against Nob, it's gonna give him strength if you don't draw it turn 1. It's also by itself it's only 8 damage, so it's like the damage is on the level of, say, what was that other card I was talking about, Flying Knee? Yet it doesn't even give you the utility of energy the next turn. I guess the utility here is that you could split the damage however you wanted. However, it's double affected by like weakness or strength stat. So like the slimes that weaken you, the damage is like severely weakened. And for like Lagavulin, who a lot of time, I finished him before the shitty terms came about, but that's not always the case. A lot of times you do have to like apply some damage in your sapped form where he saps 2 of your strength. If you saps 2 of your strength with this, it goes from 8 to 4 damage. So, all in all, I just don't think it's a very good card at all. Just would never really add it unless you had no damage at all, and it was like a Hail Mary that you needed to add. Dagger Throw, of course, is one of the best Act 1 attacks. 9 damage is like pretty prime, and then it gets to draw. And the discard is not usually a negative since you already spent one energy. It's like there's probably some card that you didn't care about anyway. It's a lot different than prepared. Like prepared essentially just makes your hand be one less in size, but dagger throw, because you're spending the energy and actually doing something with that card, it doesn't really reduce your. I don't really think of it as reducing. I still think of it as like a draw. But the question is, do I need another dagger throw? It would help us dig through our deck a little more for a slime boss, which is a good thing. When he's filling your hand with status cards, or if you're digging for like defense, or I mean, we have the well-laid plan, so we probably are able to hold what we want, but we probably have to hold some defense initially, and then if I had another dagger throw, I could dig pretty reliably for skewer, because skewer is the card we're going to want on the turn that we split the slime boss. So the more and more I talk about this, the more and more I'm feeling getting the extra dagger throw here. So this is one of the most useless relics in the game. So it's a pretty easy take on the Sapphire Key for me. I mean, I just don't see any, like, reducing the chance that it's a normal fight. Like, a normal fight isn't even necessarily worse than an event, typically. I mean, think of that other event that I literally had to go in and just lose gold. Like, I would much rather just kill an enemy, get gold, and get a card choice. So I'll take the Sapphire Key here. That way I can take better chests later on. It sucks because, like, you generally want to, like, I will take an underwhelming relic in these Act 1 chests most of the time because you just need something to help you get through and take these elites on. But in the case of Jew's Bracelet, it does absolutely nothing for me. So yeah, it's a Sapphire Key in that case. We should hopefully not have too much of a problem with Knob. The only thing I'm debating is like if I want a colorless potion now, because I probably will have to use this potion. I probably won't. Crippling Cloud, this would have been a nice one to have it upgraded because, but I think we still do it. It's only a 3-turn fight, hopefully. If it's longer than 3 turns, we're just going to die. So I think the 30 damage here actually outshines what the damage I would have got from Crippling Cloud. Granted, it would be nice to guarantee that he's weak next turn, but we may draw into Neutralize, so we'll see what happens. I may have to colorless potion on turn 3. Oh, that was a horrible draw, huh? So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attacks out of our 12 possible cards that we could draw. So literally 50% chance on any card that it could have been an attack, and we missed 4 times, and then also our hit was a strike instead of one of the good cards. So what I'm trying to say is I'm really lucky. I'm a real lucky player. This is too slow, unfortunately, and if I play it, ups his damage. So I could do the Mayhem, I guess. It could fuck us over though if it plays a skill, you know. Tough. I guess it's the only thing, because I don't want to play a skill just to get an attack now. I probably can't kill him by turn 3 anyway, so this is kind of my Hail Mary. I'm not going to give him any strength because next turn is the turn I'm hoping I can maybe survive somehow. Okay, let me think what I'm doing this turn. I can't kill him. I can get him weak, so we'll weaken him. I am going to have to play Survivor. I guess we draw first. Okay, this will be a... Oh, I don't have well-laid plans in effect. Well, this does more damage, so we'll do that. We have to do this to survive. And then hopefully we can kill him. Yeah, we can't. Well, that's too bad. See, this is just how RNG comes into effect. Like, I had added a lot of attacks, so I should have been good, but if you draw like that, you get fucked. There's probably, in hindsight, okay, also, you don't want to blame RNG all the time, because I'm already remembering how I fucked up turn 1. Turn 1, what I should have done was I should have probably played Crippling Cloud and then well-laid plans, and then I could have skewered the next turn. I mean, it's hard to say what would have happened. Like, I had figured out I would have at least drew into like at least like a dagger throw or poison stab, but I drew into like all defends and a strike. But I could have maybe mitigated my damage by well-laid plans and crippling cloud, because then I would have been weak and had the poison ticking, and then I could have just played my skewer that turn. Yeah, it is what it is. So I guess we just die here. It's too bad, really. But we'll get back on the horse. We should have been able to. We would have won if I played it smarter. Like, I can blame RNG there. That's usually the sign in card games of a bad player, though, and you just always blame RNG for your losses. There's always something better I could have probably done, you know? So, lesson learned there, like, take responsibility for your losses. It may or may not have been RNG, but you should evaluate if you did the right call. I don't think I did the right call there by skewering turn 1. So, this route, I guess this could be a snipe. I could, if I got really lucky, I could get a double snipe here. That's pretty good. I should at least be able to get one snipe unless I'm really unlucky. Other possibilities, there's not really any early shots. If I go this way, I get a fire and an elite and a shop, then an elite. There's not really any 3 elite paths, so I think the snipe makes the most sense here. Yeah, we'll do the snipe. And pray to RNGesus that we don't get fucked over. If we do, we do. So, I've already talked about prepared. It's just never worth picking. It just reduces your hand size by 1. That's it. It's really bad. All-out attack is not great. The problem is, like, you often have fights where you need to play this before you do other things, and then the fact that it discards a random card makes it very awkward to play. It is good damage for 1 energy, like 10 to all enemies is definitely nothing to scoff at, but the discard 1 card at random just sucks. Like, ideally you play it at the end of your turn, and in those cases it's a pretty good card. But yeah, that's just not the realistic thing. Like, I'm trying to think of like good situations. Like, sometimes you have, like, let's say you had a bouncing flask, right? And there's 2 enemies, one of them is in range to get killed by all-out attack, and you want all the poison on the larger enemy. Well, you can't play Bouncing Flask first, you have to play all-out attack first, but let's say you play all-out attack first and it discards your Bouncing Flask. Well, that totally fucked your turn up, and yeah, you got 10 damage for 1 energy, but then you're awkwardly left there, and like maybe nobody's attacking you that turn, and now you have like 2 defends. And so, like, yeah, you spent 1 energy on 10 damage, but you essentially spent 3 energy on 10 damage at that point. So that's kind of the reason all-out attack isn't great. It doesn't suck, but Poison Stab is a really good card, so that's going to be the choice here. Poison Stab, it's like, it's already 9 initial damage for 1 energy, which is like Dagger Thrower level, and Dagger Throw is also very good. But then the damage ticks, and then if you get other poison stabs or other poison things, it just gets only better. So yeah, poison stabs the shit. I'll be honest, I I've debated if just leaving here is actually the better call for this. Even on floor 2, even with me sniping, I don't think this is actually that good of an event. It's only good if you get Bloody Idol, in my opinion, later on, because Bloody Idol, that event sucks if you don't have this, but then also the Bloody Idol is like a really good item. Golden Idol, it's like 25% more gold. It isn't really that much more gold in practice, and often that gold isn't really relevant since you have to take a pretty bad thing here. Like taking 6 max HP is usually the call. But I'm sniping, so I'm debating if sometimes I rarely take the curse. I'll only take the curse if I had a relic like Duvu Doll. In that case, it's actually for Act 1 kind of a benefit to put that curse in your deck and just kind of lean into Duvu Doll. And then, of course, Amamori as well. Darkstone Periat I may do as well. I don't find Darkstone Periat to be very good at all, but I think we'll just take the damage here. Usually you should just take the max HP loss because it's not actually any immediate negative in that case. But since there's only 2 elites that I'm facing anyway, and I might snipe them, I can just take the damage and keep my max health. So usually here I'll do the remove. It's the same remove as the first, or it costs as much as your initial card removal at a shop. However, it doesn't. So every time you remove a card, it adds 25 gold to the next remove. I think it actually, I forget, is it 25? Is it 25 and then 50? I forget if it's like 25 each time, but it basically, okay, so we're not getting a double snipe. Hopefully we at least get 1 snipe. So we got unlucky there. Regen potion's pretty good, especially since I took that damage. So here, I only have 1 damage card, but so Slice is pretty useless. I would say pretty much never put it in your deck. I used to think, like, I came from Hearthstone, where like this would be like an insane card in Hearthstone, right? But it turns out in Slay the Spire, this card sucks. Like, yeah, it costs 0, but it does less damage than a strike. So it's almost like, in a sense, not even actually adding damage to your deck. Like, you'd almost rather just have drawn a strike. The only time it ever actually adds damage in Act 1 is if you drew... if you couldn't make use of like everything in your hand, which happens sometimes, but it's actually the case most of the time that you can't do that. And even then, it's only 5 damage. It's not going to be a difference maker. It's kind of a burden in your deck. Quick Slash is okay. It's like a slightly shittier version of Dagger Throw, in my opinion. Like, the draw 1 card and not discard isn't really worth it to me for the 1 less damage, although for what it's worth, randomly the upgrade on this goes to 12 damage. I don't know why it gets a 4 damage upgrade while Dagger Throw only gets a 3, so they actually upgrade to the same damage, but that is hardly ever relevant. Piercing Wail, I'll probably take Piercing Wail because I think I'm going to get this snipe anyway. I'm not going to bank on like not getting the snipe. Piercing Wail is just a really amazing card at all stages of the game, so while it isn't damage, I don't think Quick Slash is good enough damage for me to pass up a Piercing Wail. Especially since I do already technically have one of the better damage cards in the game. Piercing Wail is also like, it exhausts... Ooh, nice. I typically... So, I don't have much reason to take Bottled Flame here, if I'm being honest. Like, yeah, I could Bottle Flame this Poison Stab. That's not that insane. Like, it's only really good against Gremlin. I'm getting a snipe anyway. I think I'll just take the Sapphire Key here. Bottled Flame is usually a bad relic. It's only good if you have, like, Bag of Marbles, Echo, those type of relics already. And also, you need like a good card to actually combo with those things, like like a Riddle with Holes or a Fletchette. Ooh, Snecko Skull. So Snecko Skull is amazing. One of the best relics in the game. And that's also, duplication potion is one of the best cards in the game as well. Sorry, one sec. Got dog duty. Gotta pet my dog a little bit. Okay. So I got two great potions in hand. It's too bad that we didn't have another possible elite. And actually, I'll probably go this route because I can get this, and then there's 3 events on this route. There are some events that are essentially kind of like facing an elite. Like I could face the 3 funguses. That gets me a pretty good relic. And then so which boss am I facing? This guy. Deadly Poison's pretty good in this fight, especially since I got Snecko Skull. And these 2 are just worthless cards. Heel Hook is like even worse than Slice. You know, it needs Weak to basically do what Slice already does. And like, yeah, you cycle it, but like whatever. Like honestly, whatever. Heel Hook is a stupid fucking card, and I hate it even more than Slice because it occupies an uncommon slot, which could have been a good uncommon card, right? So, yeah, this is a pretty straightforward turn. I may even just exhaust this, because I probably just want to get damage on this guy. The best defense is a good offense against this guy. But I will block there. You don't want to take damage when you don't have to. The sooner you can end the fight, the better. Don't know if I want 2 deadly poisons. I only have the 1 attack right now. So, one quick note on this boss, Guardian. More so than the other bosses, you don't really want attacks in your deck by the time you reach him. Like, you should still add them to like take on elites. But once you start getting past the elites, you should really, and even if you can, like I'm still probably going to take the dagger spray here because it's possible we run into sentries. And dagger spray is also better against both pretty much everything other than Lagavulin. Oh shit, what boss did we face? I totally forgot. Oh, we faced sentries already, right? So we're not facing sentries, which means it's either Lagavulin or Gremlin Knob, because you don't face the same elite twice. I'm probably not taking Terror. I'm already leaning into poison since I have Snecko Skull. I don't know if I want 2 deadly poisons in my deck. I already have Poison Stab. I already have Deadly Poison. I think I'll take Dagger Spray. I'm already probably fine against Lagavulin. And Dagger Spray, on some of these fights here, like if I face, let me think, I've already faced 3 normals, so yeah, the next normals, they could very well be these horrible like AoE fights. And I'll want some AoE for that, and Dagger Spray is a really good AoE card. It's the best common, in my opinion, this is the best common attack outside of maybe Poison Stab, so I'll take it. And let's take on this Super Elite. Ooh man, Metallicize is going to be really rough against this fucker. And of course, oh god. I mean, here I can blame RNG. The only way I couldn't blame RNG here is if I didn't choose like enough cards, but like I believe I chose a card at every option. Maybe you could argue that I took on too many events instead of hallways, thus not filling my deck, but at the same time, I don't know. I didn't draw any of my added cards, and I didn't even draw the strikes but one of them. I guess this isn't the worst because I can at least have neutralize, but like, man, with him having so we'll do this because this fight's going to go on a while, unfortunately. I'm debating if I want to exhaust this or not. Piercing Wail is actually pretty good in this fight for allowing you to survive another turn. Like if you're vulnerable, so On turn 3, I'm cycling back into my deck. Turn 4 as well. Like, this fight's gonna at least go to turn 4. I am gonna use this when I get the poison stab, most likely. I don't think I can afford to double deadly poison. That's just gonna give him too much strength. So I'll keep the piercing whale. It might be what gets me to survive one additional turn. So this is one shitty decision you gotta make. So I am gonna do deadly poison here because it gives him the strength. Only question is, do I duplicate this? If I duplicate this turn I don't take necessarily that much more damage. I take 6 more damage, but I'm basically dead the next turn. I think I only play it once, so let's do this. And I'll save the duplicate for the poison stab. Well, that is not the turn we wanted Piercing Whale on. I mean, Survivor basically gets us... I'm not going to cycle through the deck again. I guess... I don't know, man. I guess we still Piercing Whale here. It does save us more than Survivor will. Sucks. Yeah, I don't think there's any way we're going to win. That is so unfortunate. I had Snecko Skull. You know, also, maybe I should have just not even taken the Elite on, since I have such a good relic. That's so unfortunate. Oh well, guess I'm dead. Happens. We'll hit it again. I mean, this is why even the best players have below a 40% win rate. So you lose more than you win. I don't think I necessarily made the wrong decisions, but it's always good to evaluate yourself. So I could try for another snipe here. I could potentially get a double snipe. That's pretty good grout even without the snipe. So yeah, we'll do this. 2 shots is nice because it really mitigates. I mean, it sucks because I'm not going to really make use of the gold, but in terms of the snipe, I think it's a net positive. So we'll start here and go for the snipe. Not great options. We're facing this guy, so yeah. I guess I'll take a flying knee. It's just good enough to take, I'd say. Malace would have been nice, but yeah, I'm not going to be able to afford that. Discounted Piercing Whale is pretty hard to pass up. Power Potion would be pretty good too, but I don't necessarily need it if I'm going for snipes. Maybe later on it would be good. I'm kind of tempted to hold my gold though for this next shot because I may not get offered any more cards, and I am going to need cards for later. So I'll take a card. I don't know if I want the Power Potion. These are all good potions, but Power Potion's pretty hard to beat. I won't take Caltrops. I don't really think it's that good. If it was Hexaghost, I might consider it. And I won't. I can wait till later if I really need to remove Strike. Okay. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna take in the max HP this time. It's also, when I think back, if I would have just taken the max HP loss, I probably would have been able to maybe survive that fight. 2 random cards upgraded. I don't really like this event, but we'll do it. Survivor was a pretty good upgrade. So we still have the Power Potion option, although Well-Laid Plans You can't pass up well-laid plans. Yeah, for reasons previously discussed. So do I? Let's see. I'm getting a double snipe, which is pretty awesome. I'm just debating which one's better. Like, so this one I get 1, 2, 3 fires. This one I get 1, 2. I might as well get the 3 campfires. We'll upgrade. I guess well-laid plans is the best upgrade at this point. We are definitely lacking in damage, so I'm glad I took that flying knee. Fuck you, gremlin mob. Potion belt. Don't necessarily like it in Act 1. I mean, it doesn't give me any immediate benefit, really. So we'll take Skewer here. Skewer is just pretty high value. And then now we got a pretty good upgrade. So now we got some damage. And then I guess we'll go to the right. Get our second snipe. Ugh, Ninja Scroll. I don't really like this. The problem with Ninja Scroll, I don't know. I mean, I don't. It might help survive the initial attack here by bursting him down. But I already have Skewer that can do that on its own. The problem with Ninja Scroll, it's kind of at odds with this class. Like, you already have your starting relic giving you 2 additional cards, so this, it fills your entire hand up. So if you get a something like Bag of Prep as a relic, which is an awesome relic, it completely nullifies it. Is 3 shivs really worth that? I say no, so I'm not going to take it. I think it's a pretty shit relic. Strawberries, okay. I mean, it's not much to say about it. It's extra health. I basically negated my take of this, and I got 1 extra health out of it. And none of these are that good. Tools of the Trade really isn't that good. I could maybe take it. It could help me with that fight, but I don't really need it because I have well-laid plans. And these are just bad. Tools of the Trade doesn't really help me with this elite. Though I don't know if I'm taking the elite on. Like, my deck could possibly have issues with it. The only nice thing about Tools of the Trade in Act 1 is that I don't know if it's even worth considering, but like, if you do get offered Hovering Kite, it becomes a much more enticing relic. Let me think. Don't know if I want this. Man, this is a tough decision. What does card draw get me? It gets me Flying Knee technically a little bit better. It's also worth noting Flying Knee actually has some okay synergy with Skewer. It would be nice against the boss to have it, but I don't think I'm necessarily having any problems with the boss anyway. I'll take it. Let's see. I don't know if it's the right call. As for upgrades, it's an okay upgrade because it's free. But this also would be good for the boss and the elites. It's less good against the sentries, but it's pretty good if we end up fighting the Knob again to have the 2 things of weakness. So I think in light of the Knob, I'm going to upgrade it. It's also, I think it's just better against the boss as well. Now the question becomes, so let's see, I didn't take on like any normal hallway fights yet. So I might as well take these 2 on because they're going to be easy. If you didn't know, the first like 3 8. So I'm going to take 5 damage no matter what. I guess I'll just kill this guy and defend. I don't really need the well-laid plans in this fight. So if you didn't know, what am I trying to say? The first 3 fights you fight that are normal fights are, no matter where you're at in the act, like it's different in the other acts, but in Act 1, you're guaranteed 3 kind of easy fights for these normals. It's only after that that they get kind of harder. So since I only had that, this was literally the only one I fought so far, kind of enticed me to make sure I take these, because that's, you know, it's easy gold for the golden idol. It's also easy potential card rewards. So let's see, this does 8 on its, wait, I'm frail. Oh yeah, this is upgraded, so I can just throw this away. And I can just kill this guy. The more attacks I add, more attacks I add, the harder time I'm going to have against the boss. But the easier. So let's see, who did I just face? Was it Lagavulin? So yeah, it could be Sentries or Knob, both of which Dagger Spray is good against, both of which Backflip isn't great against. And Sneaky Strike is just horrible. But Backflip is better against this guy. And Dagger Spray is another attack. Let's go Dagger Spray. I think I just need the damage. Yeah, I'm not necessarily super solid on damage right now, and I do want to take this elite on. What's the best route here? So I can't kill them with Dagger Spray. It's tempting to like play it. My question becomes, so if I defend twice, they're doing 14 damage, so I would take 4 damage. And then, so I could Dagger Spray into defend twice, pop both their things. However, if I defend twice, I could take 3 from him and then just... Oh wait, I can't... Or defend once, I take 3 from him and then I kill this guy. I think I like that better. Oh, I'm an idiot. I have it upgraded, so I could have killed that guy. Oh well. Yeah, gotta think more sometimes. That damage could become relevant. I mean, I can tell you how many times I've survived on 1 to 3 health, so you should definitely beat yourself up when you do dumb shit like that. Oh, I gotta remember I have upgraded well-laid plans too, so... Yeah, I totally forgot my skewer was upgraded. For some reason I was thinking it was 14 damage. Hard to pass Poison Stab up in Act 1, but it is another attack. I think I'll take it. I'll probably not really take any more attacks for the rest of the game. Well... Is it worth missing 10 damage to get Tools of the Trade into play? I don't think so. I have a Swift Potion, so if I have some bad draws, I'll just use that. Like now. Come on, dude. I literally filled my fucking deck up with attacks, and I can't fucking draw them. I had a Swift Potion, like... It's really frustrating. Okay, well, at least I can play the well-laid plans. Should have held on to a defend there, whatever. So, we'll just hit him with things. Try to get him killed. I guess I should hold on to an attack. I mean, I can't kill him. I can't kill him next turn. I could if I have Skew. Well, even with Skewer, I can't kill him. Yeah, I have to survive another turn. So let's think. It's really hard to do the math on this guy because it's like you're vulnerable. He gains 3 strength when you play your shit. So next turn I have a slightly below 50% chance to draw Skewer. So, do I need to bank on putting in enough damage? I mean, either way I have to put in at least some damage this turn. So what do I need to survive? This gets me 11 block, but it adds, so what strength does he have right now? I'm taking 50%, or what attack rate does he have? I have 50% more damage taken, so let's take, how's the math work out there? Let me think of like a simple scenario. So if he did 10 damage, he would do 15. So if I saw the number 15, how would I get to 10? I would divide it by, I would times it by 2/3. So what is 24 times 2/3? That's 16. So he has attack of 16. I would add 3 for playing one skill, so that goes to 19. Half of 19 is, it would round to the 9, I believe, so it would add 9, so 28 damage. So I could play one survivor, and I'm at 20. So he's at 28. I'm at 27. So I have to play the Piercing Wail. So I'm at 27. So we'll just play the attacks here. I'm not guaranteed to be able, get damage as we've seen. By the way, 3 health. I would have like 6 health or so, I think, if I didn't fuck that one turn up. And of course it gives me Skewer, but whatever. At least I have the green shard out of the way now. I have a poison potion. I'm definitely going to have to rest here. I won't have the luxury of doing an upgrade. But this is a pretty clutch pickup though. Leg sweep, really good against this boss, really good for the entire game, really, from this point out. So that's a pretty clutch pickup. So we'll rest. Anchor does us nothing. I don't really like Anchor, honestly, but Act 2 it can be okay. I just find most fights in this game that actually need like block are like this, where they just don't attack turn 1. So we'll get Tools of the Trade in play, do a Poison Stab, and do this. It sucks that we didn't draw the leg sweep this next turn. Oh fuck. Okay, so Skewer should kill him. Good. And by the way, good thing it's funny because I debated that Tools of the Trade. If I didn't take Tools of the Trade, I wouldn't have drawn the Skewer. So that's definitely something to use, I guess, a bit of hindsight on and evaluate. So if I play this Skewer, he has 20. So he has 34 health minus 2. He has 32. So I am gonna have to use this poison potion. And yeah, we'll just go in on him. I would have liked to play the well-laid plans as well, but you can't really win them all. So this gets us full block. We can Flying Knee for a little bit of energy next turn if we need it. With Tools of the Trade, we can actually kind of, like, everything's kind of coming together. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding my motherfucking ass? Really hard to not fucking get pissed and so I may as well hit him with this. It's a net. It cancels itself out. I reduce his damage by 4, but he'll be weak for next turn, and I get some chip damage in. So yeah, I'll be close to dead. This really sucks. Alright, so what do we do this turn? It's nice that I have the Piercing Wail now with well-laid plans that I can hold on to. So let's try to keep him weak for as much of this battle as possible. I think I'm going to take 1 damage here in favor of a Poison Stab. I do want to get some poison kind of ticking on him. Let's see. I want to hold this probably the whole fight, and then I'll flying knee this turn. We don't necessarily want to pop him this turn. What we want to do is get him really close to being popped, and then let the turn cycle out so that we pop him the following turn. So what we want to do is do, let's see, so he has 36 minus 7, 29, so we just got to do less than 29 damage. So we can't do this skewer, but we could do this plus skewer, right? Yeah, so that's just about right. That's as perfect as we could have had that be. We'll keep this because I'll actually keep this. Survivor should essentially... So he does 8 plus 8, 16. I think I want... I don't know, because like... I'll hold them both. Why not? If I hold these both, I should be just fine to get through this. I could also hold this and that. So he's got some... Let's get the flying knee and then just play our attacks. Question is, which do I hold of these things? I think I still... No, for next turn, I'll hold these because I want to get him weak. I want to get the multi-turn weak on him. So I could, yeah, I'll do it this turn. And I guess I can hit him once here. And we'll just keep carrying our defense. It's too bad we didn't get the poison stab until the very last part of that. But so we'll keep neutralize, we'll keep the defense, we'll just throw almost threw that defend away. So let me think. Defend. I guess I'm gonna have to piercing whale here. So we have 50% chance on both these cards. Actually, we have more since we're drawing an extra card. It's pretty likely we'll get Survivor or Leg Sweep next turn, so I will use this now. That way I can do this and keep him weak. I can also do this to get the poison going. But if I do that, he's going to do 20 damage if I don't get Leg Sweep, so I think I do neutralize. I could also argue I could technically go down to 1 health if I had Poison Stab now. I think I'd rather just defend. Guess we'll just keep these and hope for the best for next turn. I think I've done the best line of play here. Efficiency-wise, I could Survivor. I could take 1 damage to get this poison ticking. I don't know if I want to do Survivor or not. Let's do this. I think Survivor is a little more versatile for the other turns. We'll take 1 damage, but what can you really do, you know? So we'll have Skewer for the next turn. Same type of deal. We want to get him into that. We don't want him to be able to survive to the next, or 2 turns. Or we want to pop him the turn following this. So I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll hold the defend, I guess. Do I want to flying knee plus skewer? Probably. We might need that energy this next turn to pop him. I might need to hold 2 attacks. So we're definitely holding that. Question is, do I hold Survivor or not? We need to pop him. And oh, it's gonna be. I don't think I can actually pop him next turn because he's gonna get a lot of block. But he will be weakened, so if I have Survivor, I should be able to survive it. And I'm mostly getting some defends, maybe even a leg sweep. So let's think. He's got essentially 11 health because of the poison, then plus 9, so 19. Can I do 19 damage? I can do 19 damage, so let's throw that away and just do the damage and hold the high value defend cards. I usually don't have this much troubles on this fight, but as you can see, if you play it smart, you still should be fine. Let me think here, 11 block. Could I afford to flying knee? Yeah. So he'll be weak. 16. This should be fine. Oh, I guess I don't take damage there anyway. Yeah, we just need to survive, and then this should be a pretty easy fight. Or, well, it wasn't not an easy fight, but, you know, we'll kill him. So actually, I could kill him this turn. If I just survival, and then skewer him for 2, that should do it, right? Nice. Liquid Memories, pretty good potion. So these are all pretty good. These two are just kind of always good. Adrenaline and Malaise are always good. And Venom isn't always good. It's probably bad. It's bad half the time, I would say. But in this deck, we've got Skewer and Dagger Spray. Those play pretty nicely with Venom. We also don't have any other poison cards. I don't know if I could justify taking Envenom over Adrenaline or Malaise, though. So I have card draw. Technically, I also have card retain. But Adrenaline is just too good. I mean, so is Malaise. This is a tough call. I don't know if I want to rely on Envenom for my damage, but it's like I could see a world that Envenom was I just don't think it's likely that Envenom is the only way I'm going to win the game. So Malaise or Adrenaline is kind of the question here. I already have Leg Sweep. Other than that, I don't really have much defense. I don't know what's better between Adrenaline. It's weird. I have never really get offered these two next to each other, so it's like usually the choice is obvious. It's just like you would choose one of these over some other, like Envenom and some other shitty rare. I don't think Envenom is a shitty rare, but in this case, it's not on the level of these two, which are like god tier. So Malaise, I have 2 power cards. It's always 66% chance that I fight Awakened One or Time Eater. Against them, Malaise is so good. Adrenaline's good at everything. Malaise doesn't give me the immediate benefit in Act 2, so I'll probably take Adrenaline here. Ooh. So I haven't removed any strikes, but I probably wouldn't. For the record, I think Empty Cage is actually one of the more underrated boss relics. It's weird, but like just a simple removal of 2 cards is actually pretty good. But these are 2 of the best boss relics in the game. I'm not going to take Cursed Key. My new rule with Cursed Key is if I have 5 strikes and it's my Act 1 boss reward, I'm not taking Cursed Key unless the other 2 relics sucked. In this case, they don't suck. And Runic Pyramid in particular is an amazing relic. It does suck when you have like not only a well-laid plans, but an upgraded well-laid plans. But you can't let that shy you away from taking Runic Pyramid. It's too damn good. We also have the Adrenaline that can help us give an energy spike the turn we need it. We have Tools of the Trade to throw some cards away as well. Flying Knee actually will almost guarantee... Flying Knee becomes pretty okay in Runic Pyramid. We also don't necessarily have a high-cost deck other than Leg Sweep. So I think I'm leaning toward Runic Pyramid. All of those choices were good. Like Cursed Key, if the other choices sucked, I'd still take it. But Cursed Key, the immediate... See, I'm already pretty solid, so like Runic Pyramid doesn't give you great immediate benefit. Like the first few Act 2 fights are rough with it, but once you get going with it, it becomes almost Snecko eye level good. Like I think it's the second best boss relic in the game, just in a general sense. So we're gonna go hit this store up. Most likely, I mean, let's review our options here. I like the early store. Then if we go to the right, we can face an elite and then get a campfire and face another one, get another campfire. What's our options look like on the left? This route doesn't look too great. This route also not too great. I mean, you can take on 4 elites, but our deck isn't... There's no campfires in between. Not even like any shops in between. That's just like suicide. This one, you'd have a shop in between. I guess if you go this route, this portion is just kind of brutal, I feel. I don't like the left side as much as the right side, I think. I got all this gold, like it's time to cash in on Golden Idol pretty much. So this is a weird play, but I kind of want to get this out of my hand, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe that's just strike. Thing is, like, now I'm hexed, so if I want to get it out of my hand, it's so I could do 50 damage here. Or I could make him weak and fully block him, only shuffle 1 status card in, and then do 30 damage. I think maybe I like that better. So Piercing Wail's pretty good against people that have you invulnerable or vulnerable. I guess we'll just Piercing Wail, Survivor, and Poison Stab. Poison Stab is the best damage, and I'll have a little bit of the poison ticking. Yeah, see, these fights are pretty rough with Runic Pyramid. Like you can survive these first few fights, you're good, but these first 3 fights are just kind of brutal. They're basically harder than the elites, honestly. Skewer, like, I need to get to that shop ASAP. Skewer. I'm just thinking if I should liquid memory something here. I guess it's not so bad, the shuffling of Dazed, because he's going to reapply his vulnerability here. I need to get damage in, so I'll take 3 I figure maybe I want to get full value out of my blocks when I play them. So, what's the most? I could liquid memory. So if I do 15, I'm shuffling date. Like I'm gonna have to liquid memories, I think. So problem is if I liquid memories right now, my hand is full. But the only card that I think kills him. So if I play Dagger Spray, he's down to 20, 22, then 21 with the poison. The only way I can kill him, I think. So I guess I could strike. Yeah, I guess I kill him if I do Skewer right now. Yeah, there we go. Sucks that I had to use like one of the best potions in the game on him. This potion could end up being pretty good. I don't know. I have one more fight that I have to get through. So possibilities are birds, shelled parasite, or the thieves, or the eye dude that has a ton of block. Every single one of those fights is going to be an absolute pain for me. Terror doesn't really help me against the block dude because he has 3 frail. It doesn't really help me that much against the what do you call them? The thieves, because there's 2 of them and it only really helps you on 1. I guess it could be okay against them. You know, I still think Adrenaline was the right call, but man, and Venom would have been nice. It still would have been awkward to play. Who knows? Maybe Cursed Key would have been better. Maybe I should have put more thought into it, but I don't know. Cursed Key, it's like, here's my thought with Cursed Key. Cursed Key, I would have had a better time, but eventually I'd be, most likely what would happen is I would remove my 1 strike here, and then I would never remove another strike in the game. You know, I'd have to target my way. Like I couldn't get to that. I guess I'd have to go up here, take this kind of shitty route, because then I could remove 1 strike, and then remove the curse there. But then in Act 3, it's like most likely I may or may not be able to remove another strike, but I definitely should have to remove another curse. So it's like at 5 strikes, it's just so rough to take Cursed Key as your opener. It's much more enticing if you have at least 2, ideally 3, or at least 1, ideally 2 strikes removed. So I still think I made the right decision. As for these choices, I don't know if any of them really particularly help us that much. I'm already a bit attack heavy. I could also just sort of resign myself to that some of these fights I'm not going to be able to win. I mean, I'll be able to beat them with the ritual if I need to use it. I think I skip here. They're just not really good enough to get me through this act. So we'll Tools of the Trade. I guess I'll play 2 of these just to get my hand size down. Piercing Whale will be pretty good this fight. But, you know, as you can see, Anchored again did nothing. I could throw 1 strike away. I could do I should do this. I think we'll attack this guy because the Piercing Whale can eliminate these people from attacking. So we'll definitely make sure trying to think. Neutralize. Is there... I kind of want to hold my... I guess I don't really have many options here. I do have to do this and then piercing rail. Yeah. I could have also done this, but that was 24 damage coming in, and I would have only mitigated 11 of it had I done the other thing. I think what I want to throw away here. So so they're doing 24 damage plus 2. If I do leg sweep, I can take one of them down to just do 6 damage. If I do leg sweep, I forget if a 0 attack skewer triggers their buff or not. Well, either way, we'll just remove the strike, I guess. You have to receive attack damage. Okay, so the 0 skewer is not really an option, but dagger spray. If I gain 11 block and take them down to 6, I'm just delaying the fight. But eventually they're going to have to buff up again. I think I do want to delay the fight, so I'll make the dude that has more health have the weakness. So I'm still taking some damage here. I should just play the defense and not take damage, I guess. And save all my attacks. Because I could dagger spray and strike one of them to take them down. Maybe whoever ends up attacking. So this guy here. And actually, this does kind of suck because I need to remove... Even Runic Pyramid presents some removal problems. Like I need to remove Relay Plans from my deck before I remove strikes. It's still better than Curse Key because I'm not actively adding curses after that, but there might be a world that Empty Cage was the correct call. So we'll do Dagger Spray. The only thing I'm wondering about is, do I want to take this guy down or this guy down? This guy's going to have so much strength that I think I want to take him down and just take the damage now. Otherwise... So I could do this. I could take this guy down this turn, and then the other turn I'll neutralize him and skewer him. So that's what I'll do, yeah. Hold the neutralize. I can skewer for 3 and then hit him. It's unfortunate that this guy is here, but is there any other line I could do? I mean, I'm definitely weakening that guy no matter what. So they do 24 plus 4, 28 plus 6, 34. There's no way I'm blocking for 34, so let's just get the big strength boy down first. I think all in all, I played it about as good as you could play this fight. 4. So let's use the strikes to kill him. And then the flying knee to kill him. Alright. Birds was probably the fight we wanted to see the most there, honestly. I don't think... That was a tough Birds fight, but usually Birds isn't that tough for me, I would say. Poison Stab might be okay. The problem that we run into is, like, it's great in Act 1, but now that we're in Act 2, it's kind of just not good enough a lot of the time. I am coming up on a shop. If I add it, it's only clogging up my deck, which already has 5 strikes in it, a little bit more, so I think I'll pass on it. It's unfortunate that I'm not really getting much good offerings here. Yeah, I'm really not getting good offerings. Even in this fucking shop, dude. In light of the shop, I probably should have took that poison stab, but you can't predict that you're going to get a horrible shop. Like, Infinite Blades is a pretty, especially with Runic Pyramid, is pretty fucking shit. One of the worst powers I could have seen there. Like, I would have rather seen almost every other power, other than like accuracy, but like I would have loved to see a footwork or noxious fumes, you know, something like anything. And then skill wise, like I really need like a crippling like I don't need another skewer. I don't need fucking choke. Even a bullet time would be okay here. And like even Centennial Puzzle, which is normally a great relic, is I have Runic Pyramid. I don't really need it. It's not like I really need to dig through my deck. My deck doesn't have really any high quality things in it at the moment. The highest quality card in the deck doesn't actually work with Runic Pyramid, and I gotta remove it. So I am debating adding a Deadly Poison. If I face these elites, it just offered me so fucking trash of like the boot. Like it's just like laughing in my face. Like boot. I guess I could take Deflect. It's okay in Runic Pyramid, and I don't really have a whole lot of defense. I'd really love to see a footwork with it, but we can have a pseudo footwork by taking all three of these potions. I guess we have the money to do it. So that costs 100. Let's see, 100. So that's 113, 194. This might be the weird case where this might be one of the only times I'm debating taking Cauldron. Yeah, let's take Cauldron. So Flex would be good. If we Flex plus Dagger Spray or Flex plus Skewer, that could get us through something. Liquid Bronze, if we face Book of Stabbing, could be good. Smoke Bomb could get us out of a bad fight, but like my thought right now is like we need to get rewards to really get this deck going. If we can just get this deck going, we could win. Smoke Bomb is not really the way to do that. We're low on health. We don't have any campfires coming up, so regen potion is definitely an option, or is definitely coming in. So now it's really just, I guess Liquid Bronze makes the most sense. We have a upgraded neutralize and a leg sweep, so we don't really need the weak potion. This will be okay against Book of Stabbing. Alright, this is not horrible. Get rid of one of these strikes. I don't necessarily have my health as like a luxury. It might be, Jax might be what we need to win though. Because right now I don't really have poison as a thing, so I don't have any scaling. My power card, my only power card is not really a scaling card. It's really not that good of a card at this point anyway. All it's really doing is letting me discard a card. Because my hands are going to be full most of these turns beyond like turn 2 or 3 or so. Could also transform 2 cards and kind of pray to the gods that I get something good. Mutagenic strength I'm probably not too keen on, although it could be really good as an opener for Dagger Spray and Skewer. So in the Act 2 Elites, that would make it do 7 times 2, so 14, then I could add that on top, and it would do 19 damage. So, wait, what am I talking about? So, wait, 4 plus 3, 7, plus 5, would be 24 damage. Not really enough to do, like if I face the Slavers, that only gets them to about half health, like not even half health. If I face the Gremlin mob, it takes care of the first wave, but then I'm kind of dead in the water after that. Book Stabbing, it's like, it has so much health that doesn't do it. So Mutagenic Strength is probably not what I'm going to take. I'm just debating between the other two. If I play the Jax, it's too slow for the Slaver fight. It's too slow for Book of Stabbing, because I'd have to draw back into it. It could work in the Gremlin mob fight. I think Transform 2 cards is probably the best call here. Well, that was not great. I mean, I have Poison, I guess, now. It's better than the Strikes. It's not horrible, it's not great. Endless Agony. At this point, I mean, I guess in Runic Pyramid, I'm hurting for energy, so it's okay. So now we want to go left. If we go right, we're committing to 2 Elites. I think we have to fight 2 Elites for this deck to get going, so let's go for it. That's interesting. I already spent the resources to remove all those strikes, so probably won't take this. I guess the argument you could make is at 21 max HP loss, I'm not immediately having any negative from that, but I'm 5 bites. That's a lot of healing. Nah. I don't think it sets us up to like win the game. So we'll start with Adrenaline. I want to find either... So I already have the Skewer, so I might just have to go all in on the guy in the back with the Flex Potion. See, I need to debate. I need to think of this in a 2 Elite scope. Like, I don't want to use all of these potions just on this fight. I only want to use, like, between Flex and Ritual, I only want to use one or the other. Ritual is a little too slow for this fight, so Flex is probably what I'm going to use. So I didn't draw Dagger Spray. So if I Flex Potion, I get 15. So to kill him, 15 times... so 15 times 3 would be 45. I have the Neutralize as well, so that would be 9 damage. So 45 plus 9 would kill him. So I could afford to like also do a Poison Stab on him, I guess. I don't know who I should kill first, the Taskmaster or the blue guy. The Taskmaster will gain strength and shuffle status cards into my deck. I probably want to use this as well, because this fight is probably going to go on for a while. But I do want to save these. I want to save this if it's Gremlin Mob, and I want to save this if it's Book of Stabbing. So let's go through our things here. So 3 times 15 was what I wanted to do here, right? So we want to do that, and then that. I think that's the best line. This is a fight where you like to see Anchor on too, by the way. So we'll do this before we get weakened, get the max value out of it. Let's think what else we do this turn. I want to kill this guy before too long, so I think I just do this. That sucks. It doesn't necessarily suck. It going back into my deck might be a good thing. So if I can kill him this turn, I just want to... I want to get the poison going before too long, but I guess we can do this now. He'll be weak for the next turn, so we can... I've shuffled a few Endless Agonies into my deck now, I guess. So we definitely want to get this going. I think we want to get this going. And then we can just play 2 of these, I guess. Throw away a wound. The thing that does... So it's good that we have tools of the trade in play, but before too long, these things stay in your hand, so like... Oh, this could be rough. I may need to use the Cultist Potion. Once I draw Skewer, I should be able to finish him. I'll take 1 damage here just to hold the other stuff. Oh, I could have played Piercing Wail. I'm dumb. Oh well. So we'll do that for sure. I can do Piercing Wail this turn with the Friends. Either way, I was taking that damage anyway, I guess. So now I should be able to finish him. Alright, I think I fought that pretty well. Oh, man. So deflating to get a shit fucking relic like this. This is another one. I hate relics like this. You fight your ass off on these elite fights, and it gives you a relic that does literally nothing for you. Like, what's it gonna do for me between now and this elite fight? What is it gonna do for me from between now and this boss fight? What's it gonna do for me for these normals? What's it gonna do for me at all? Nothing, and everything I just said there. All it does is give you 9 gold for when you add cards to your deck. Think of your average deck size. For me, it's going to be around 30 decks. So 9 times. So maybe I remove 1 more strike. Maybe I don't. Let's say I had 10 cards at best. I mean, assuming I even make it to the end game because I got a useless relic like this. But let's say I do make it. That's so 10 times 9, 90 gold. Yay. 90 gold that doesn't even immediately get here. It's such a useless relic. Well, this is interesting. The weird times that I might... It's already upgraded, this outmaneuver. But this is also a leg sweep. Against this guy, leg sweep could be pretty good. However, in order for me to... I don't have any footwork. I don't have, like, any way to survive this guy's Hyper Beam attack. So I actually have to take out maneuver here. So this is... Runic Pyramid is one of those relics where I would never recommend putting outmaneuver into any deck other than one with Runic Pyramid. And even then, I don't typically want it in Runic Pyramid. But in this case, I need it, just because my deck is pretty shitty right now. My relics are pretty shitty. I need something to give myself a fighting chance. It's also like, if I rest here, I just can't afford to. I need to get some upgrades. So Adrenaline could be an okay upgrade, getting that extra energy. Deadly Poison could give me some damage. I'm pretty low on damage. This would also be nice to play at 0 mana, but I think I just need this to be I mean, it's only the weakness. I already have my neutralize upgraded, so I don't necessarily need just 3 extra block and another weakness. What I need is scaling damage. I just there's nothing. I don't have any theme with these relics to play into. I guess. I guess poison stab. Let me think. Let's just focus, I guess, on this elite for now. What would give me the best? So it's going to be either the Gremlin Mob or Book of Stabbing. Book of Stabbing, I need to kill. I have the 1 Piercing Whale to take care of one of the multi-attacks, but I can't survive to the second one. Unless the only way I survive the second one is if I can outmaneuver it and then do like a bunch of defense. So what I need is faster scaling damage. I guess either Poison Stab or Deadly Poison do that. I guess Deadly Poison is what we got to do. And for Mob, Ink Bottle, not that good with Runic Pyramid, honestly. Like, I guess it is card draw, but like you don't need card draw as much with Runic Pyramid. So let's get the poison in immediately. Let's drink this. Question is, do you think we need the cultist potion? Or do I want it for this fight? I need it for this fight, I think. Yeah, so I'll hold on to this. I'll Flying Knee now. I'll take 4 damage and get a status card shuffled in, but I need the extra energy next turn. I think it'll end up actually, so yeah, we didn't draw our Piercing Whale, so we need to weaken him. I can play the 3 defends and then get this Tools of Trade into play. That should help things. Guess I don't need this normal strike. So let's get these out of the way. There's a Piercing Whale for the other turn. Let's do this. I think. So I have Piercing Whale for next turn. And then I could outmaneuver on that same turn to set up for the following turn. So I could Survivor. (11 + 5). I could get a pretty big skewer with outmaneuver. That could just kill him the turn after this, actually. Let's try for that. So we are playing this and these, and I guess that this gets more benefit from strength, so we'll hold on to it for a little bit. Alright, so this does 13 times 6, so that's 78. 78 plus 7 is 85, so that's a kill. Alright, sweet. So we'll throw the strike away. Let me double check my math here. So 6 times 3 is 18, plus 60 is 78. And he has 7 poison. That's 85, so that should be a kill, right? Nice. I had to neutralize as well for that extra buffer. Okay, so now we're talking. See, this is why I needed to take on... Remember I had the debate? I was like, man, I feel weak. Maybe I'll only take the 1 elite. This is why I needed to take the 2. I gave myself that extra shot. Every play I've made, I think, has been proper here. Like I think the Cauldron allowed me to take these elites on. Now I have a Paper Crane, which is going to be huge against that Hyper Beam. Oh, and look at that! And also, you get increased rarity from elite fights. Now I have a Noxious Fume, so I have scaling. Like, boom, we're fucking, like, it seems so hopeless, right? That's a great relic. Like, things are looking up now, and now I can afford to rest here to try to get through these next fights now, and we'll see what happens. If I get damaged, I can rest again. If not, then I can upgrade some of these cards, or one of these cards. Snecko is not who we wanted to see here. Tools of the Trade will help mitigate some of this. Like, Runic Pyramid is so rough with Confusion, because definitely want to get those out. Those can be brutal with Confusion. So the reason I never take Snecko Eye if I have Runic Pyramid is, like, you get stuck with, like, okay, we got incredibly lucky here. What do I want to throw out? I could just throw out a Defend. Like, holy shit, we got lucky. I can outmaneuver as well to set up a huge skewer. That's insane how lucky we got this turn. Yeah, I'll just keep these. We'll have a skewer that can destroy him. Oh, and the Adrenaline will just even further help. Or I guess it costs 1, so it doesn't get us anything extra. So 60 isn't not enough to kill him. But I don't want to take 1 damage if I don't have to, but let me just try this. I was going to see if I got like a 0 cost attack. I guess I'll play 1 defend. So if am I gimping myself too much? No, I think I still, like, I'm going to do this, this, and this. Then I only need like 21 damage. Or actually, I have Noxious Fumes ticking, so, like, yeah, this is fine. 6. So I'm 1 short. Oh, this kills him though, right? 7 plus 14 is 21. Okay. Alright, there we go. We also need to think about probably trying to prep this up to draw early against the boss. Calculated Gamble with Runic Pyramid can be okay. I think we'll take it. It's a shot, you know. It's a lot of draws if you have a bad draw. Oh, this is the worst fucking normal encounter in the game. I always run into this. Well, I can hopefully hold this potion for the boss fight. This fight is most likely... I gotta say, I was talking shit. It's on my mind. I was talking shit about outmaneuver. It's pretty good in Runic Pyramid. I feel like I'm recognizing it as a pretty good in Runic Pyramid. But if you have skewer, like this is a pretty specific situation, but it's been pulling through for me. So I think that's the only way we win this fight, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So this sucks. We have 5 defense, a deflect, a leg sweep, a adrenaline, and a calculated gamble, and a piercing wail, and a survivor. We drew literally none of them. We drew about as bad as you could have drawn. Like 0.1% chance of this bullshit happening. So at least we have the anchor to stop some of this damage. I guess we're gonna have to focus on this guy first. We'll get this guy weakened and poisoned. So if I poison him, I think I can kill him next turn with outmaneuver. And if I flying knee this, I'll flying knee him. So Skewer, I think, will kill him next turn. Wait, no it won't. Oh yeah, now it will. So he has 14 plus 64, which is 78. Minus 6, so 72. So I could afford to do a dagger spray and kill him. Is that right? Because this would take him down to 7. 7 minus 6 is 1, 65. So I'm frail. I think I like that line. Yeah. If we had just one more damage, we could have not taken that extra damage at the end there. So I'm glad I held on to the regen potion. The only reason I should have drank it is if I thought I needed it to win, but that's why I started talking about outmaneuver. Like, it just popped into my head that it's literally carrying this run so far. Sorry, I'm one sec here. Yeah, so it's been pretty much carrying the run. I think I've made like pretty damn good decisions so far though this run. Dodge and roll. It could be, if I just had some footwork, I could justify adding it for this fight, because it would be nice to be able to have that defense carry over into the hyper beam turns, or even the multi-attack turns. It's just not good enough without footwork, or not. If it's upgraded already, I might take it. Bane could be interesting. I feel like it's not needed. Like, my damage right now is I have Noxious Fumes and these poison cards to provide some scaling. And then I have Outmaneuver plus Skewer. Well, I'll be using Outmaneuver for defense in this next fight. I may use it at the very beginning if I draw it, though, to get some burst to take care of the minions. I don't think I need Bane, so we won't take it. So I have this regen potion, and I have Dexterity. Oh, I maybe should have took Dodge and Roll because I had this potion. It would be kind of dead in my deck for deck 3, but I maybe should have took Dodge and Roll, but whatever. So I'm trying to think what upgrade though. Noxious Fumes. My poison application is so light right now that I think I need to upgrade Noxious Fumes. For healing, I'll use that potion. So we'll get Noxious Fumes upgraded. We have Paper Crane, like his Hyper Beam won't be nearly as bad as it normally is, so I'll see if I can hold on to this Dexterity Potion. So let's get these out of the way. Definitely play this. I'll do this now. I can hold this for when I need it, the Adrenaline. So 8 by 16. I guess I need it. Damn, all my defense down there. So Dagger Spray. I should play it just to get some AoE on this fight. Sucks because if I calculated gamble now, I can't make use of my skewer. I guess I have 2 defense and I'm only taking 6 damage if I do that. So what's Piercing Wail is the only leg sweep. I'm trying to think which cards they're going to. It's not too. I don't really care which cards. I guess they're gonna sap up here because I don't have super high value cards right now. I just want to get them ready to at least die on the next turn so that they can't attack me. And then I can start focusing solely on this guy. So I'll do 2 defense, and I'll skewer. If I skewer this guy, he dies next turn without me having to do anything. So I'll do that. Like the Noxious Fume should take care of him. And I guess I'll hold these for now. I do kind of want to play Tools of the Trade if I can. And possibly Deadly Poison. So, and what card does he have? Deflect. So when he dies, that would be nice just to have it pop in. So I'll let him die to poison, because if I do end up wanting to calculate a gamble here, I do want it in my hand for this next turn. So the question becomes, what do I play? I'm only taking 8 damage. I think I'm gonna. If I play this Dexterity. I do want a Flying Knee this turn, so that's going there no matter what. I can't kill him by next turn unless I take a super aggressive line. Do I want him dead by next turn? I kind of want to hold Survivor for next turn. I don't want to waste it here. I have 4 energy next turn. I don't want to calculate a gamble. So I guess, at the very least, I'm definitely putting poison on him. At this point, I'm just debating. So if I defend, I take 3 damage. If I do this, I only save 1. I don't want to. So I'm trying to calculate. We'll be able to apply weakness on him because that artifact's going to naturally burn through Noxious Fumes. With weakness, I don't know if I need this Dexterity Potion. I'd really like to save it for Act 3, if I can. But let's think of this. So he has 41 health. He goes down to 29. And then he'll have 11 plus 3, so 14. So he's at 29 with 14 poison. So that brings him down to 15 health. If I were to do 15, that's a lot of damage to ask for and also block this guy. However, if I applied this, so this would be, I would take him down to to 35, and he'd have 15 poison. So he'd go down to 20 and then have 17 poison. That's a lot more reasonable. I think I'll just take the 8 damage here and do this. So let's weaken him. This saves 8 damage. Then I just need to block 14, which is not too bad at all. So let's just use these defends to do that, and then hold the rest. Let's flying knee. We're most likely doing the leg sweep next turn. Let's get some poison in. Now, do I want to strike or tools of trade? I think I want a tools of trade. I don't need the strike damage at the moment. So we'll throw the dagger spray out, I guess. So we'll hold this. Let's get that weakness going. Let's do deflect. We'll survivor, throw the strike away, and defend. So we only take 3 damage. Yeah, we don't need the dexterity of this fight. Let's call that good. I'm trying to think if I have the piercing wail. I don't know if outmaneuver plus skewer is like necessary for me to win this fight. I think outmaneuver plus fuckloads of defense is how I win this fight. I just don't know if like. So the multi-attack is what, 20 times 2. Yeah, I don't know. Let's play it. It's not like I necessarily have anything better to do with my energy. And I guess we'll skewer. I do want all of these in my hand for this next turn. So 20 times 2, throw that away. I don't necessarily want a piercing wail if I don't have to. So I play leg sweep. It's down to 24 damage, which I should be able to block here. And piercing wail, I only wanted for turns like I want to save this for maybe this fight's going to go on for a while, so let's do this just to try and cycle back into that outmaneuver, and we can keep the weakness applied. I guess we'll poison. I could flying knee, but I don't know what I'm drawing into, so I can't really afford the luxury of like thinking I'm going to get a skewer. So on this turn, we want to outmaneuver flying knee and deadly poison. So we'll do deadly poison, outmaneuver, flying knee. Oh, it's another multi-attack. I forgot it's 2 multi-attacks, and then... so he's doing 28. I have 7. So he's got 33 poison. I can block all of this, but I'm still debating using the piercing wail anyway, because the fight is not gonna last long enough that another multi-attack happens, I don't think. Let's think of this. So 33 poison, he'll go down to like 146, and then he's down to like, and So 146 when he goes down. There may be one more multi-attack. Yeah, most likely there will be one more multi-attack. So let's not play it yet. It's like I can block without it anyway. I guess my debate was like if I wanted to exhaust it just to not draw it, because I am gonna have to like cycle back by 2 turns from now to prepare for a big hyper beam. But it's all good. Let's keep him weakened for as long as possible. Let's get to 28. We can hold the deflect and the survivor as long as we have them in our hands. Yeah, I'll just play this, get it out of the hands. As long as we have those in our hands, we have a pretty good shot at surviving that hyper beam turn. So I want the poison, the flying knee, and the skewer. It's too bad we couldn't get our outmaneuver, but I think we'll still be fine. We'll have 4 energy. We have the deflect. We have the leg sweep. So I'm at 35. Yeah, I'm good. I'll take some damage here, but it's fine. Like, he's dead now, so I'll just leave the ink bottle to be prepped up. Alright. Still not, like, super good on the deck. So these two... Die is okay for Act 1, but and even like early Act 2, but at this point, I don't know that it really does us much. We have Dagger Spray. It's not like necessarily that much better. Like it's more damage for once, but in Venom we probably need, like, our damage is so slow. You could see in that battle just how long it took. Like, we cannot afford our Act 3 to go that long, so it's already in Venom. We're just gonna have to make it work. It's already gonna work with Dagger Spray, Aimless Agony as well, if we happen to draw Envenom before, and then Skewer. They're all good with Envenom, so you know, this might be. I took Tools of the Trade, so this is the weird time when I think Hovering Kite is fine. So let's do Hovering Kite. I don't want to add, like, I don't want to add them strength, and I've already removed. Astrolabe could have been the other choice, but I think that since I have Tools of the Trade and still a relatively kind of thin deck, that I can get to Tools of the Trade often enough that I'll be getting that extra energy. So now it's like crunch time. I love my dog. I should start. I don't know. I don't really want to put my face on camera, but I should start at least showing my dog. So let's see. Let's try to hit this shop or this shop. Either one of them kind of end here. This one, I guess, is the better choice because we can go here, which is probably better. Other options, we could go over this way. That doesn't really entice me too much. Yeah, so we'll go this route. Might as well start here. Give yourself as many branching options as possible. Well, this sucks. This fight is a pain when they just open up with all attacking. Anchor doesn't even. I mean, Anchor's good. Helps a bit. Oh, but we can Survivor to get some extra So I hope that it draws me this before. That's too bad. In that case, I probably should have defended first. Because I don't want to throw any of these away. Like, I do... I guess I'll throw Poison Stab away. So I want to outmaneuver. I'll just defend here. The Dagger Spray, I don't need to play it now. So I guess I'll just kill one of these fucks. So I do 50, but if I do this, that should kill the middle guys, and I can get this into play. I could also, if I had Adrenaline, I could play the Tools of Trade as well, which I think I'm liking that, because then I get the free energy every turn. So this does exactly enough to have Noxious Fumes kill him. Then the other guy with the lower health, let's put the damage. Oh, you know, there was maybe an argument that I should have saved the... Nah, I needed to open it up so I can get my 5 cards drawn, so yeah. I was going to say maybe I should have waited till I get Envenom, but no, that would have been stupid. Let's throw a Strike away. This could be a calculated gamble turn. Let's Piercing Wail. Because the guy on the left and the right, we're not going to be able to kill them. So we definitely want Envenom in play ASAP. I also want to deflect the damage, so you're already working on this guy. But we're probably not going to break any block this turn, so let's put it on this guy. I'll deflect. So what is that? 14. I need to. I could just play the 2 defense, and if I I'll calculate a gamble now, just so I can get this Ascender's Bane, I guess, out of the deck. I don't think any of these really help me super a lot with this fight right now. Deadly Poison might be good. It'd give me some immediate poison, but I think I'll hold on to them, actually, because none of them are going to have block, and Dagger Spray will apply 2 stacks of Envenom, which I probably need to do. So this does 8. It does 10 immediate damage. Don't think I'm killing this guy, so let's just throw the curse away so I can keep these other things in my hand. So we're doing Dagger Spray. We're doing Flying Knee. Maybe on this guy. I could Leg Sweep, and that should take care of that. And I guess we'll just Flying Knee to get some extra energy next turn. Not going to calculate a gamble. You know, it's funny. I like the calculated gamble, but it turns out that we really just haven't been using it at all. So this guy we need to kill. So 21 plus 12 is 33, so I need to do 33 damage. I'm just going to, in that case, I'm just going to throw the calculated, nah, I'll throw the strike out, and then deflect, and then skewer that guy. I didn't know I would draw into the neutralize, but that's fine. So 17, we should be able to kill him, right? Like 7 plus 3. Well, I can't really get through his block, so I can't kill him. But I can defend him. I can. He'll be dead next turn, just naturally through the poison. So we just have to kill this guy now. Ideally, we could kill him in a fashion that, well, we'll definitely be able to kill him. So what we want to do is play 2 cards and then skewer him. So we'll do. Oh, I should have kept onto that defend. I guess. It doesn't matter. And then we'll do that and then skewer. Whew. These runic pyramid. Oh yes, thank God. So footwork plus just increased the power level of our deck, honestly, by like a power of 2. It's insane how essential something like that is. I don't know if I'm fast enough to take on this fight. I'm fast enough with Skewer. I gotta get to the deck fast. So I do draw a card. I could sure use another relic. What do I have after this? I have a potion. I have health. No. 40 is okay. I think we go for it. We're limping along enough in these fights. It's like the conundrum. It's like we're limping along in the fights. Which makes me hesitant to take the fight, but it also makes me think I need to take the fight because I need something to kind of keep helping. So, got 2 energy. Maybe I'll deflect and calculate a gamble here, so we have finally got some value out of that. So, outmaneuver should set the skewer up, and then we'll just defend here. I like that. It's almost a full block. And then I can kill... Well, I can't kill him, but I can put in a lot of damage this turn. And I'll apply a lot of poison too. So I think Piercing Wail, just to mitigate a good amount of that damage. I could Survivor here. What do I have left? I have 2 defends, a leg sweep. I don't think I need the... I'm just thinking what I should... So we'll do this. Get the poison on both of them. I think I want to hold the defend, because I'm going to have footwork. Then let's get 50 damage in on this guy, since he's lower already. And then we could probably kill him next turn. So 8, so 12, 25 goes down to 13. If we do this, it's 9. So we do 1. So 13. Wait. So 20. So 8. Yeah, we have to do flying on him. Okay, and then we'll do that on him. I don't know if Tools of the Trade. We have leg sweep next turn. I think we just want to block the most immediate damage. Maybe I should have footworked, but I think so 40%. He'll go down to what is that, 17 or 18? I do need to put in some damage. I don't know if I have time to play footwork this fight. I am taking a lot of damage. I think I just do that. And this maybe. I don't need to play this. If I get skewer, Tools of the Trade would give us one additional draw at skewer. Or I could just block 5 immediate damage. I guess we just block the damage. Um, 11. So I could get my footwork into play finally. So let's get that out. I think I like this. We're probably going to get something to be able to finish him off here. Yeah, that did the trick. So let's get our ink bottle prepped up. Alright, we took a lot of damage that fight, but I think we needed to calipers. So we do have footwork. We could maybe make calipers work. I could maybe add this deflect. I don't know how many deflects I want though. Like, so that's 7 block for no. Like, I guess I'll add another. You know what? Cloak and Dagger could be good in this deck. I have Venom. I think I like Cloak and Dagger here. Runic Pyramid makes me add a lot of cards I typically don't like to decks. So one thing that does suck here is to take this shop we do have to take on a normal. And Act 3 normals are pretty brutal. But we do have this potion and we need that shop, so... Okay, this is one of the easier fights. So we'll do this. We do need to kill that guy, but once we kill him, the fight should be pretty easy. So if I deflect 17, so I could do 18. I don't want to take any unnecessary damage here. I guess I just put the deadly poison on this guy now. Yeah. I could flying knee as well. I just, I guess I didn't think I really needed to. Let's flying knee. I should maybe think about... The quicker I get this into play, the better. I kind of want to just... So this does 9. I want to hold those. Let's see about Venom. Dagger Spray is probably not getting played. So this does 9 to 10. It's 1 short. I guess we can just strike then. Or do this and then strike. Yeah, that's fine. We'll get Noxious Fumes into play this turn. Do this. This. I mean, this fight should be pretty easy at this point. Yeah. The only thing we want to make sure is to try to prep the ink bottle up again. We could do this. Let's see, 9. Yeah, let's do this. We can go ahead and get this out of the deck. Yeah, whatever. We'll work our way back up to the 9 card thing. So I could make just calipers work here, I guess. So let's start playing cards. Don't want dagger spray. If I poison now, I could maybe kill soon enough that I can easily get this at 9. I really need to get those out of the hand. Let's get rid of the strike then. Can I survive 26? So he's dead next turn naturally, right? So 16, he goes down to 21. Then he'll have 18 poison. So we do need to put one of these onto him. And I guess I'll just... yeah. And then I'll play Calculated Gamble just to show how cool that is. Alright. Crippling Cloud's pretty good. Blade Dance, oddly enough, would be pretty good. Let me... okay, I need to do something really quick, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I need to do something, I'll be right back. Alright, resuming here. Sorry, I had to take a quick recess. So now we have 2 Dexterity Potions, along with our upgraded footwork. That should let us have at least enough gas for... so we are a little bit lucky here. This is generally the easiest Act 3 boss, so... Time Meter and Awaken one, we just want to save as much as we can for either of them, because those are going to be what gives us trouble. So Crippling Cloud is going to be pretty good here. I mean, we have the Paper Crane, and it's just it's already upgraded, and it's just a really really good card in general, so we'll take it. It'll help us apply a little more poison. So now go to this shop. We're looking for like a catalyst, maybe a wraith form. Okay, these are interesting choices. I mean, these are not interesting choices. These 3 relics are pretty useless. But right here, and maybe there, I don't know, I'm pretty upgraded as it is. I mean, this would be an okay upgrade. This is a decent upgrade. This is a good upgrade, but a lot of our key cards already are upgraded. I don't know if I want to spend 200 gold on Apotheosis. Granted, it would be kind of a pseudo additional footwork for my defense and the leg sweep, not the Cloak and Dagger. One of the reasons I don't really like Cloak and Dagger is that the upgrade doesn't upgrade the block. It's like only an offensive upgrade. I think it'd be much better if it didn't give you the 2 shivs and just gave you like 9 or 10 block. I would use it a lot more then. But when I have Envenom, this upgraded could be pretty good. Even unupgraded, it's okay. I have the footwork. So let's think about what we need at this point. We have 28 cards. So we could spend 100 gold, remove strike. So we're gonna go this way. So I'm not gonna hit the other shop up, I don't think. I don't know. I could do that and then I can take 3 elites, but I'm on 15 health. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. As far as these potions go, speed potion can be worth buying. The other one's not so much. 80 gold, I don't know if Shiv potion is really worth it. Flechettes could be okay. We have a lot of skills. And we have Runic Pyramid, so it is likely that it would have a lot of skills around, and with Envenom, it'd be applying a pretty good amount of poison. Blur could be okay. Another leg sweep couldn't hurt. This is a pretty good shot. I don't know if I need another Noxious Fumes. I don't necessarily have a lot of poison application. I could use it, I suppose. So my only poison application is this, the Envenom, and these. So let's think. Blur. I don't have a Wraith form. I only have 1 Piercing Well. I have a footwork. I have dexterity potions. I could get a speed potion. Blur at 37 bucks could work. Noxious Fumes. So 37. If I bought all these 3 and I removed, how much would that? So 81 plus 81, that's 162. Or, yeah, 162. Plus, so then 262 to 99. 299. So then I couldn't buy that as well, but I could buy this. We want to just blow all our gold here. We might. So remove a strike. I don't think I'm getting flechettes. I don't know. So we got skewer for offense, like a big offense. We don't have any other super big bursts. We might want flechettes. What if I don't remove the strike? Then I just get all these and that. Then my deck size is 31. It's not horrible. It's going to be harder to get to footwork, though. I only have the one footwork, so it'll be harder to get to it. I don't necessarily have a lot of draw. I just have adrenaline, ink in a bottle, and tools of the trade, and calculated gamble. That's actually a pretty good amount of draw. Flechettes give me what I need. I feel like flechettes will be, so even to beat this boss, I might need it. I can't spend a whole lot of time on this boss because I only have 1 Piercing Well. The weakness will take away a lot of their stuff, but I don't have. I guess I will have extra energy from the point that I play Tools of the Trade. Yeah, this is. I feel like this is this shop is going to kind of make or break this run. Well, let's also think we have 15 health. We'll probably have to rest here. So no upgrades. Then we'll we'll work our way to here and work our way up there. So let's think about the elites. Let's focus more on the elites for now. If it's Reptomancer, I don't know that this helps us much. This would. These three would help us versus Reptomancer. And they would help us against the sideways head. This one would too. 3 poison a turn. Reptomancer. If I fight Awakened One, I'll probably have to play the Footwork. I'll have to play the Envenom. I don't want to play 2 Noxious Fumes if it's Awakened One. If it's Time Eater, it almost doesn't help either. I'm kind of leaning away from the second Noxious Fumes, even though it's upgraded. It's a little slow, even in its upgraded form. I think Flechettes would actually apply more poison while dealing more damage. I think it would just be a better card, so I'm leaning toward that. If that's the case, let's see, 88 plus 81, 169, 100 or 206, 306. Yeah, we could do that. Do we need another leg sweep? I think with Paper Crane, it makes sense to get another leg sweep. Okay, let's get the Apotheosis for 200, but then I can't do much else. Another thing to think about is the Blur is not upgraded, nor is the leg sweep. Well, the leg sweep doesn't need to be, but the Blur is a little bit weak. It's just kind of like adding a defend, but might give us some holdover defense that would be necessary. Then again, we have outmaneuver for maybe the same purpose. From adding Blur, it might be fattening up the deck a little too much for something that I already might have the solution for. Yeah, let's see. Let's think about the other elites. So the dude that's intangible, I don't think I'll have a problem no matter what I do. Sideways head. Flechettes would help a lot there. It would do a lot of damage. Well, it's tough because you can't really... If I played attacks before it, it won't get the slow buff really because Flechettes you're usually playing first. But it still would do a lot of poison, like potentially, I'd say around 6 poison when you play it. 6 to 7 maybe on average with all the skills that might be in my deck. It also, if I have the Envenom gun, I mean, I would have the Envenom gun, I should say. Any other relics to consider? So, I have Calipers, which is like a shittier version of Blur, but I don't have to play Blur to do it. I think Calipers could be something I focus on here. I mean, Blur could still help with Calipers because it would allow me to stack up a lot of defense and just keep that defense high. With the Anchor, I can get a good kickstart off to that defense. So I'm starting to like Blur a little more. That's really the, so paper crane, calipers, and anchor. Between all them, I think these make a lot of sense. And so does this. So let's get them and reevaluate things. Noxious fumes. It's 50-50 on Time Eater or Awaken One. I think Awaken One, I really don't want to see it because I can't really justify playing another Noxious Fumes, giving him all that strength for the multi-attacks when I only have one Piercing Well. I can Calculated Gamble to throw things out. I can Tools of the Trade to throw things out, so maybe I can justify taking it. Otherwise, I don't really want it just sitting in my hand. Fletchettes would help with the Awaken One minions as well. Right now, only Skewer and Dagger Spray really deal with those. I guess Crippling Cloud as well. Okay, I think I like Fletchettes and Strike Removal. Okay, yeah. We'll live with it. I generally don't think too... wish I had that before this. I can't really go into this elite at 15 health, so we'll just take 50 gold and rest. So, okay, this is probably the one elite we totally did want to see. Let's do this, draw a card. This gives us exactly enough. I guess we could Flying Knee instead of Deadly Poison. Whether we apply the poison now or next turn, I think Flying Knee is just better because he's not going to take damage next turn anyway. So now we have we can make him weak. This is definitely going to happen. Tools of the Trade. We could Survivor out the Strike. Defend. Let's outmaneuver, just get a ton of energy next turn. We'll have some options available. So I don't have Envenom at the moment, but this would be 20 damage. I could argue still playing this anyway. To block, I think we're playing this no matter what. I think we'll hold Fletchettes until we get Envenom. And we could take 2 damage, I suppose. Now let's get these out. Could also Calculated Gamble into some defense. That might work. I don't need to apply, I don't really need to get Noxious Fumes into play quite yet. I'd rather try to dig for the Envenom and get footwork. And I want my energy every turn, so let's Calculated Gamble that. Wait, the first time you discard a turn, you card each turn. Oh, okay, I guess that was the first discard this turn. So we'll do that, and I guess we'll do Deflect on Dagger Spray so we can keep the bigger block. So I'll throw this away, I guess. Play the Footwork, the Envenom, and this. We'll save the Adrenaline for when we need it. We're still full blocking here. We don't want to let the fight go on too long, but right now he hasn't actually given us any burns, so we can take our time until he starts filling things with burns. We might as well just keep defending his hits until then. Cards that I probably don't need here. Maybe just the regular defend. I guess everything else is actually pretty good because I have Venom now. Let's go Cloak and Dagger. Get some poison. I guess Blur and the Lake Sweep. Get a little bit of that carried over. A little more poison on. Still hold the adrenaline. We'll hold it for when we're in like a tight spot. Throw that away. So here we can apply some poison. We can do this to apply some more poison, and let's see, we could carry a little bit of block over with calipers if we play these defense, so I guess we'll do that. That way we can still draw a full hand. So we'll have 5 block left over there. So he has, how many burns do we have now? 5. I guess so at this point I will throw this. So let's flying leg sweep. Deflect. We'll take 1 damage just to get this into play. I'm gonna hold this and flechettes. Guess I throw this away. Let's put 6 poison on him. Let's play outmaneuver. Maybe we can get a big skewer turn. And we'll just block that and I guess apply that poison. I was hoping he wouldn't attack here. So 60 is not quite gonna cut it. It actually would be 66 plus 29, which is not enough. So we'll throw away the strike. We've got a lot of energy here. Put that on. We also, as we move toward finishing this, we want to maybe start thinking about I guess I'll just play the skewer now. We want to think about getting this ink bottle ready to go. So let's just do that. Get some more poison going. Let's carry some block over. Yeah, we get full draw there. Maybe if I draw... So I only need to play 1 card, and then, yeah, so we're prepped, and the burn shouldn't hurt us, so that's good. We beat it without taking, like, I think we took 1 damage that fight. Turns out that elite is pretty easy. I like him better than most Act 3 normal fights. So we got another potion, Smiling Mask. That's kind of a dead relic at this point. I guess we'll remove 1 more strike in the Act 4 shop, but gives us... I don't hate to see this early in the game, but at this point, it's unfortunate that we fight an elite and get something like that. We have I don't think I can make use of any of these. Like, setup, it's not like I have some 2 costs, but it's not really worth it, I would say, to get that. So we'll just skip. So this guy shouldn't be too bad as long as we don't let the fight go on very long. We open with an Envenom, so that should help us. I'll wait until I get some more skills there. These calipers I don't think we can generate enough block to really make use of these things. So 30, I guess we like sweep. Oh man, we're frail. Well, let's see, we got what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so we can draw. We really want to get that footwork, I guess. Hmm. I don't know if calculated gamble really gets us there. I guess we do this twice. Gives us 8 plus 3, or yeah, I guess we could do survivor. Throw a defend out, and then cloak and dagger, and tools of trade. Would give us more immediate poison. We'd waste a little bit of block, but maybe I just do this. Crippling Cloud now. Nah, let's do this. Let's do this and tools of trade. I want more cards per turn. So now we can get a large Fletchette's turn. I don't really want to throw these attacks away though necessarily. Well, I guess he has. I kind of want to play Flying Knee instead of this. I'll be able to apply weakness with either of these. So let's apply a bunch of poison. Get this in there. Might as well outmaneuver, I guess, instead of Flying Knee. Choose a card to discard. He has a multi-attack that I want to save Piercing Wail for. Man, we really need to get that footwork. Well, I've got the energy that I should be able to survive this. Flying Knee, I guess. Man, I would really like to have energy for next turn though. I guess I could throw away a defend. I don't really want these to keep replicating through my deck. So let's apply more weakness. Now I could calculate a gamble probably. Let's do that. I want that footwork. So here and there. Still take 2 damage, but I need that footwork. Throw the strike away. Do a Flying Knee and a Skewer. Not a good sign that we're having such problems on this fight. So we got the Piercing Wail there. For them neutralize out, I guess. Did I put another? Okay, we're at least done with these Endless Agonies. Not that they're horrible. I mean, it's free poison application. Is this a turn we want to Piercing Wail? I don't know if I need to. 10. So he's doing what? 9 times 3 is 27. I mean, I can defend that. I feel like I might as well defend it, right? Since we're not using that. No sense in keeping it. So we should be able to kill him hopefully this turn. Well, we'll definitely be able to kill him. So we already have 9 on this, so we might as well not play any cards. Even though it would be really satisfying to play Fletchettes, because Fletchettes is just really satisfying to play. Yeah, I mean, Slice. I already have Endless Agony. I don't really need a Slice. Blade Dance, Finisher. I don't really need any of these cards. I don't really have enough attacks to make Finisher work. it can be okay with Envenom in a super offensive deck. Guess we'll go left. I'm trying to think if the events are generally better than the hallway fights at this point. There's some shitty events that we haven't hit yet, but there's also some good ones, like Mind Bloom would be good, colorless cards would be good, but like the one that you have to lose max HP or else lose HP and get madness, that one's pretty bad. I guess we'll roll the dice pair. It's okay. It's basically just healing for 10. The chats. So this is good that we opened with getting footwork. Debating if I want to flying knee. I might as well flying knee now instead of footworking now, I suppose. And we can just neutralize now as well. So we have 5 cards. So, still want Envenom. Let's footwork. I guess we'll Adrenaline this turn. Blur maybe. I could maybe need Dexterity this fight. One of them. Let's try to just get a ton of block, I guess. And maybe we can't get Calipers. I don't know if we can get Calipers. I'm gonna wait to start really digging into the damage until maybe I can build up. So this guy, he doesn't really scale. As long as I can keep blocking him, it's on. I can wait on my time to do my own scaling. So let's do that. Get that away. Get that in play. So I'm trying to think. I guess we defend. We'll have some Calipers value this turn. It always does that to endless agony. I mean, I guess it will if I keep my hands at 5. Throw away Dagger Spray. So we could go for Skewer. Could also drink a Strength Potion, but it feels bad to do in a normal hallway fight. But this is kind of a great example of why I think the normal hallway fights are worse than that elite. Like, I had no problem with that elite, but this guy, I'm going to have problems with him. Let's do a Cloak and Dagger. Oh, we still haven't got the Envenom in. Yeah, let's draw it before we use Flechettes. Guess I don't need the calculated gamble. I kind of want to get this out of my deck anyway. Let's do this. Outmaneuver. I'm gonna take damage here. God, this fight fucking sucks. Only 3 skills on my outmaneuver turn. Pretty unfortunate. Just enough not to get Calipers. Can Skewer kill him this turn? Yeah, it could kill him. I think I still need to block the 12 though, so Fletchette should help too. Let's just throw away one of these. So we'll Fletchette's Cloak and Dagger. Yeah, just get our try to play as much to get toward the ink bottle as we can. Bouncing Flask. It's unupgraded. It's not particularly great against this fight. It's pretty good against Time Eater. Not so great. It can be okay against Awaken 1, but not initially. Only when he's a single guy. I don't know if I'll take it here. I do like that card, but it's not necessarily a late game pick for me, usually. I think we'll just wait for something better. I've witnessed at the deck size of 30 that I'm at right now, it's still hard to find Envenom and Footwork in the time that I want to. I don't necessarily have good ways to dig through the deck. I probably should be a little more aggressive with my calculated gamble. So that's part of it. But adding another card that isn't necessarily insane probably isn't the winning play. I think I'll heal. And I hope that we don't find Reptomancer. Reptomancer would wreck us, but we have to take the elite. We gotta try. Okay, so we got him. Probably save this for the following turn. Wow, we didn't draw like any defense other than Piercing Wail, which sucks because like I don't want to use Piercing Wail this turn. And how many? So we open with 7 cards. Like, what are the chances of this that I don't draw a single one of my blocks? Like, I even added that blur and the leg sweep. Like, I got leg sweeps. I got. I don't know. Like, what are the chances? Well, yeah, I don't know if this could be a worse opener hand. I guess we could have drawn a strike. Other than that, I'd rather see literally every single one of these cards than what I ended up getting. Well, let's try to kill one of them, I guess. We don't even have like that much damage here. I guess I do have to play Dagger Spray here. A deflect, I guess. So we'll get energy next turn. I guess I might as well do this and this. I can save this for next turn, I guess. At least he's not attacking us. So if I do this, 7 plus 9 would kill that. Let's do that. He's still, you know, summoning minions. I'd almost rather he attacked this turn because I don't know. I guess if I get Skewer or Fletchettes, I can make work of them. Tools of the Trade. Strike. So he's dead next. Well, the poison. Do I have any AoE left? Not really. This could be a case. I was trying to evaluate that second Noxious Fumes. This could be a case where I needed it. I guess a Cloak and Dagger I really want next turn. The Shiv can just go on him. Otherwise I have to neutralize this guy this turn. I guess I can just neutralize him. Well, I can hold it. I mean, I'm going to draw 6 cards anyway next turn. might as well, I guess, just put the weakness on this guy then. It's the only way I really block these 2/5 hits. 2 hits of 5. Only defense, huh? This might be a calculated gamble turn. Yeah, let me think. So this goes. Let's adrenaline, see if we get the cloak and dagger. Probably gonna need the piercing whale here. It's kind of a waste to play these defends without my. So let's see, if I play Envenom, if I play Neutralize, I may as well just. So these two don't have weakness on them. I could. Can I bank on getting Cloak and Dagger if I calculate a gamble? So I played one in Venom because I want to play that. I guess I'll Piercing Whale in Venom. If I neutralize this guy, then I'm going to calculate a gamble all of these away. Even though this is 11 block, if I do it, I can't get a good calculated gamble. I think I have to get these powers into play. So I didn't. Literally the 2 cards I was digging for, Cloak and Dagger and Footwork. Literally the 2 bottom of the deck. So we can blame it on RNG, or we can blame it. You could argue they're going to be at the bottom anyway. If my deck size was 2 fewer, then I would have gotten to them. So you know, I think cards that we didn't really need to add. So we added these 3. We added. I don't know, maybe even earlier, like Deflect, I don't know. I think everything that we added, I would still add. I forget how, I think we got this off of Transform, right? How did we get Endless Agony in the deck? Did I actually choose it? I wouldn't think I would have done that. Maybe I did, I don't know. I thought these came from, yeah, these came from Transforms, I thought. No, maybe I picked Outmaneuver. I think I picked Outmaneuver. I don't know how Endless Agony got here. Well, anyway, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do now because kind of got fucked. Probably need to use some potions. Just have 3 skills. That does 15 damage with Envenom. It's 1 short there. But if I just play Skewer once on him, he could die. Cloak and Dagger would have made this a lot easier of a turn. A hell of a lot of easier turn. If these guys hit me, they die anyway. These guys are only hitting me for like nothing now. So maybe we need to. Just don't have. I need to get this into play. That just has to happen. I need to kill this guy before, you know. I've already got 3 wounds in the deck. This ain't good. I'm gonna use the strength potion as well. So now I can kill this guy. And then kill that guy. And then we'll just take the damage. I can't keep spending too many turns trying to kill the minions, I guess is my thought process here. And if I just have to kill one here, it's a lot better. So nice of you to show up, footwork. So can I even kill this guy? Doesn't look like it. So 9 plus, so I'm weak. Yeah, it's not enough. So we should focus on defense here. We'll still play this anyway. We don't have to damage this guy since he'll die from hitting us. I might as well do this turn. So let's do this, and this. I guess I shouldn't have done blur and just used it to defend. You know, Apotheosis, in hindsight, might have been a correct call as well. It doesn't look like we're going to win this run. I think we certainly did our best to try. But things just are not panning out. I mean, we'll win this fight, but I've had to use 3 potions on this fight. Or I guess 2, but anyway. I could do... I'm weakened here. I'll outmaneuver and then do this. So we'll do that. I think Fletchettes gets us there. Oh shit. Alright, let's try to play as many cards as we can then. I mean, when my deck gets going like this, I can do things, as you can see, but it just takes too long to get there. And I keep getting, you know, pair, it's not the great, it's 10 health, whatever. I need, like, this was a big pickup, but, like, I've had too many misses on my relics. You know, Strawberry, it's just health. Pear is just health. Ceramic Fish is useless. These 2 are great, and these 3 were great, really, but Calipers isn't even doing much. Smiling Mask is pretty much a miss, and Dreamcatcher's a miss. I mean, I guess I'll be resting, so it's like I got 1 extra card choice, essentially, but that's really it. Nightmare and Dash. I don't know if I have any good Nightmare targets. Nightmare could get me there. I could do weird Nightmare things and maybe make this work. Because we're probably not getting a fight here. So I'll take my red shard here and see what happens here. I might be able to, like, heal the full or something, and then just say I don't heal anymore or something like that. I could see that working or something. We'll see. Find Nightmare. Dash, I don't really have the abundance of energy to make an unupgraded Dash really that worth it this late in the game. Nightmare sucks that I probably won't be able to upgrade it. It's going to be pretty awkward to play, especially against the upcoming boss, but if I had like a Wraith form, I could maybe make some of these things work. Even the setup, like maybe I should have took setup. Calculated gamble. I don't know why I don't know why I said that. That's just like my brain is like I've had to rack my brain so hard on this run. I mean, I could like nightmare a footwork. I could nightmare noxious fumes, and I could even nightmare and outmaneuver so that I just keep playing and having these huge turns. But I don't really have the cycle to make that work. So other targets, I could nightmare the piercing whale. So I can nightmare piercing whale. I can nightmare even in Venom. I guess would be pretty legit. Venom would actually be pretty insane if I could nightmare it. I just don't know if I have the energy to like make all that work. But I do think I'll take Nightmare because it's kind of a Hail Mary at this point. I'll take the recall. Because we've already fought the 2 sentries. I can't... If we fight the Act 1 boss, I would hope we could survive on 21 health. I kind of want to just see what comes up in this event. Oh, it's a fight. It's an easy fight, at least. Venom. I guess this kills him. Yeah, that works. I only need 2 actually to kill him, so let's outmaneuver, I guess. Let's Tools of the Trade, actually. That's probably better for us. Alright. Don't need this, I guess. So we can do this. This is a pretty easy fight. This is like on the level of an Act 2 fight, I would say. Don't really need this, I guess. So we should be able to prep the ink bottle. I'm just going to get a bunch of block and so we can get that guy. Maybe I can just sit on 9 and let the poison do the work if I can, like. So what's the most block I could generate? If I do. So I could just do this. If I did this to him, he's dead. If I did to him, is he dead? This is 17. Yeah. Let's do this. So he's dead next turn. And then he's dead next turn. So that should be good. The Noxious Fume should finish him. Now we got our ink bottle. Tactician. Unlike Reflex, Tactician is usable in the weird cases like this. I think I do take Tactician. It's a good target to get energy, which we seem to be wanting energy. Can I afford to upgrade something? Nightmare? I don't know if I can afford to not rest here. Most of my good upgrades are kind of already done. Nightmare would be the only like good upgrade, I think, or Adrenaline maybe. Maybe Tools of the Trade. I think rest. May at least get some value out of the Stream Catcher. So escape plan. We probably don't want to see it if we end up running into Time Eater, but it's upgraded. I have a lot of skills. And we're immediately facing the Donu and Deca, so let's do escape plan. Alright, we got 2 potions. 2 decent potions. I guess we should start trying to get... Really, I'm just not opening with defense, huh? Well, let's try it. We could weaken him this turn, right? So, if we did that, and then that, and then that, we at least get almost full block. And just take 4 damage. We definitely want to get this in play probably no matter what. If I distill, this is probably best to play on this fight. I wouldn't want to play it on Time Eater or Awaken One. It could just be playing things that I don't want, I guess. So let's do this. So we got the footwork. That's good. What just got played? The skewer and a defend. And luckily the footwork came first. I'm glad that the skewer didn't take away our energy. That would have sucked. But we do want to see that Envenom sooner than later. Guess I can't really pop this guy's... So both legworks are still down there. We have calculated gamble. He's doing 30 damage. I don't think I should calculate gamble because like it's too hard to get through his artifact and then apply weakness. The 3 energy I have. I think I'm just gonna have to take this hit. And play this. But at this point, I don't particularly like these cards for now. I don't think I'm going to be able to Nightmare. And the Piercing Wail, I can't get through this at the moment, so... Okay, so we can... Let's get these out. This would be good if I had the... I don't know if I want to throw away the Tactician quite yet. Although that does... So I have Tools of the Trade. I don't need to throw the Tactician away this turn. So this is 14 plus 8 is 22. And then, so we could block this turn. I guess I'll throw the Dagger Spray away. And then I'll outmaneuver. And hopefully we can get that Envenom to combo with his Fletchettes. So there's our Envenom. We can just do this now to the Tactician. We got a pretty insane... so 3/4 chance that this gets us blocked. And I could save the Adrenaline for now. It's not actually a good term for Fletchettes because I might Adrenaline to try to get the Leg Sweep. Okay, so let's Leg Sweep the both of them. I have all this energy this turn, I might as well use it. And I'll do this. I don't know if my Fletchettes... I just want to get a ton of block so that I can get this Calipers going. I'm going to need it because this fight, they're going to get a lot of attack because I'm not going to be able to finish this guy anytime soon, unfortunately. So, again, not really a good Fletchette's turn. However, that will do good. We can put the weakness on... And I should have done it on him and then used leg sweep on him. That's fine though. Let's just do. I guess we can just do this. Just keep the block up. Eventually, we'll draw back into blur, and that'll be good. We have the piercing whale for whenever we end up running out of block. We actually want to get down to 4 if we can each turn, because we're drawing 6 each turn. Still only 3 skills. Well, it might not get better though, so let's do that. I want to get the plating away. Put it on him. I'm probably not going to be able to get Caliper's value this turn, so let's Flying Knee, Poison Stab, Skewer. We'll try to reset our block once we get our blur. So Nightmare. I couldn't Nightmare my Venom, but if I Nightmare my Blur, I think we're going to be sitting pretty good. Or if I Nightmare Piercing Whale. What's better, you think? Piercing Whale or Blur? They keep gaining, like, what, 3 strength per this guy's buff? So 6. I think Blur is actually a better Nightmare target, and we'll just Piercing Whale now, and then Blur, and I guess we still take damage, but the next few turns we should be able to play a fuckload of Blur, I suppose. Guess I don't need the Flying Knee. So I don't know if I need to attack him. 28. I mean, I can block that, no problem, I think. I think I want to attack the guy on the left, actually, at this point, because he's down by 30. He'll be dead by the next time he attacks. So let's do this, so we can start working on this guy. Damn. Well, I guess it's not super likely. Blur. We don't want to attack this turn because that's when they have the armor. So see, he's dead this turn. We could outmaneuver. Yeah, outmaneuver should be able to finish him next turn. So let's try to get to 8 cards played. So I only need to do, let's see, 11, 49 damage. So I can play down to 5. Yeah, let's do this, this, and then this. Okay. As far as who I want to see in this next fight, I'd rather not see either of them. Probably Awakened One is who I want to see the most. I can deal with him more. He doesn't necessarily scale unless I play powers, but my powers that I would play, I would have to play Tools of the Trade, Footwork, and one or the other of Envenom or Noxious Fumes, whichever one comes first, probably. I would hope for Envenom, I think. So he would get 3 buffs of strength, but I think I can deal with that with Nightmare. Shouldn't have said anything. Okay, so the reason that I'm gonna have a rough time with him is like, if I'm capped at the number of cards I can play per turn, it makes it really hard to empty out my hands. We need a game plan to beat this guy. I think Nightmare on either of these powers might be one way to get there. Problem is, even Nightmare on Footwork is rough because eventually our hands are going to be filled with attacks. That's going to be what's going to happen. And in that case, I'm almost inclined to have Venom be the one that is the ideal Nightmare. Piercing Whale is another option because really his multi-attack, like, he'll be weak the whole fight, so like his big attack won't hurt too much. The multi-attack could do some work on us though. So we'll weaken him. And I don't know if I want to calculate to gamble this away because I kind of want to get to my powers. Let's do it. Get a free draw, I guess. Okay, we do want that. Let's wait. Throw that away, I guess. I'm kind of feeling a calculated gamble here. I could Crippling Cloud. How about we... There's nothing here I can really Nightmare. Without Nightmare, I don't know how I win this fight. Four on the skewer. Maybe that's just the play here, but then I don't get to really draw anything next turn. I draw 2 cards. Let's go try to dig for these powers. Alright, we'll play these just to get them out. Unfortunately, that's 2 plays of the card, but it's kind of how it goes, I guess. The outmaneuver, probably not worth playing when next turn I can only play 3 cards. But yeah, it's probably not worth playing. I'm also wondering if I want to just Poison Stab now. I think so, just to get the poison ticking quicker. We can't afford the fight to really go on too long. We have no Malace, we only have one Piercing Whale, so these multi-attacks are going to get pretty awful. So Envenom and Footwork in the very bottom. That sucks. We're frail, we're vulnerable. This ain't good. Probably don't need an outmaneuver in this fight, honestly. Three block on these because we couldn't find Footwork. This is going to be an awkward turn where not much good happens. We're going to need this, I guess. I guess we just play these. I really hate this boss. So we finally got our Footwork. I guess the deck's a little too fat at 33. 33 is fine for like a Snecko Eye deck. But for a deck like this, too many times am I finding my shit too late. Like, I've now taken all this damage. I've had to, even if I win this fight, it's like I spent all my potions and kind of need those for the Act 4 elites. Although I do have gold to replenish them, so we'll try our best to win. But even Envenom also, just the very bottom of the deck. Then again, though, if the deck size was 31, I would have drawn them by now. Well, I will draw them if I have Adrenaline, so let's do that. Let's Fletchettes. It's a lot of poison. Leg Sweep. It's kind of good to either play like 6 cards in a turn or 3. It makes the fight less awkward. I guess we'll just take 2 damage here. In the long run, it probably saves us if we can minimize how many cards we play, because he gets the 2 strength on the 12th time. Gotta keep him weak this whole fight. Calipers is not really going to ever probably do anything in this fight, even though I have upgraded Dexterity and a Dex pot in play, and a Blur. That kind of shows how weak. I don't know. I don't find Calipers to be that strong of a relic. It rarely can you get enough defense to make that work. Cloak and Dagger kind of sucks for this fight. It's like, this fight is, all your cards become a different card. It's like, this card is now, I think of, you stop thinking of them in terms of energy. It's like, I now think of them in terms of like how many cards I have to play. Like, this costs 2 cards to actually play it. I guess let's get it out of our hand. We could Blur. We don't really know when he's gonna. I also hate Time Eater because, like, you don't really know when he's gonna attack or when he's gonna not attack. You know that he won't use the same attack twice generally. I mean, I have Blur. We want to play 1 more card, I guess. Should we make it neutralize then? Just to get more poison, a little more damage, and make sure the weakness is applied. I guess so. I guess we just play Defends here. and poison stab. Or flying knee. Maybe poison stab. The sooner we can get him to pop his half health thing, the better. We should be able to pop it hopefully by the following turn. I guess I'm not really going to be able to nightmare anything. I could nightmare the leg sweep. If I nightmare leg sweep is the best card for me because it does the most for while playing the least amount of cards. I feel like it's either piercing wail or leg sweep, maybe deadly poison. Yeah, I don't know. Would have been nice to get the tactics to play the nightmare and the leg sweep. Or we can hold one of them. And just play these other ones. I guess we'll play this. That way, if we don't get the tactics, we could still maybe play the nightmare. Okay, so we got it. What do we throw away here? Skewer? Let me think. So the next, he'll take enough damage this turn that he's going to use his regeneration the following turn. If so escape plan. I'm thinking if I could kill him, because if I escape plan and I get outmaneuver, it's 1/3 chance. So I get 4 energy. I would get an extra from discarding this, and then I have 8. So I'd be doing 80 plus. So 80 plus however many hits that is. So 80 or 88. And then he'd have, if I'm playing flechettes this turn, so 88. I would need maybe double that to be able to kill him, so yeah, it's not going to work. I think we'll just flechettes and nightmare here, so we'll throw away skewer. As sad as that is. So flechettes. Nightmare. Escape plan. Call it good. We'll wait with the deadly poison. I don't need deflect. Deflect at this point is worse than a defend. And I guess we just don't play anything here. We'll just do this to get the initial spike of poison. I think it's just one more of these. We can hopefully just keep playing leg sweeps for as long as we want. And let the poison tick. We can do this, and calipers will get some value here. 23, or sorry, 26 or 36. So I just need to add 25. That shouldn't be too hard at this amount of energy. Calipers should last us a good amount of time there. Oh, I didn't even get any calipers there. So I guess I just wasted one of them. So I could flechettes. So I could piercing whale here, and outmaneuver and set up for a skewer, I guess. I can't quite do it yet, though. Let's do this, though. Get some poison going. I think I have to wait maybe 2 turns before I do the outmaneuver plus skewer combo. So let's just do this, this, and this. We're ending on 7, but I think that's fine. So we can do about a little over 80 with skewer after doing maneuver. It's not quite enough yet to kill him. Alright, we're going to try to kill him the next turn. Should be able to do it, right? So if we poison stab, dagger spray, that's 8 plus 9 plus 2, so 11. 11, so he'll be down to 122. So he'll be down to 122. We'll apply, or we'll hit him with 19. So 19. It's not quite enough. I feel like I'm just short. I'm just short. Well, I should be able to survive. If I just do this now, then, is that good enough? I'll just do this now. We have the piercing whale, so let's do that now. He's down to that, and I have 4 skills out of 3, slightly better than a 50-50 on the escape plan. Or I don't want to end on. Let me think here. Maybe I should just play an attack here. Like poison stab would do 3 poison, so 30. So we take down to 47. I would apply 3, go down to 44. Don't really have any attacks though. I think I gotta try to just. Okay, we got it. And then defend. Okay, he's dead now, so we'll try to play 2 cards to finish him. That should be this and that. Okay, well, we beat him. That was very painful. Act 4 elites. They're going to be an issue. Let's hope for the best shop ever. What do I want to smith? Maybe the nightmare. Make it less awkward to play. Though, either way, I have to. I really, even on 2 energy, I probably am only playing it on the turns where I'm not really getting attacked, like versus the heart or the elites. This at 0 energy would be decent. Make it a lot easier to get into play. Could also just upgrade one of these leg sweeps. Could upgrade the tactician, probably not. Could upgrade flechettes for a little bit of extra damage. I could also upgrade blur. Maybe I'll upgrade blur, and it's a possible nightmare target, and it's doing 3 extra block. I think I like that. Then it's doing 3 extra block every time I do it. These fights are going to be long. Wish I would have got that earlier. But look at that. That's great footwork. So probably not getting the other blur, but I am getting for sure this footwork. Should have probably calculated if getting this still actually saved me more money in the long run. I don't think it did, but I'm not going to rack my brain too hard there. 50, we might as well make the smiling mask work for us here. I think I keep Endless Agony instead of Strike. Yeah, let's get rid of the Strike. And then it's potions from here on out. So Gambler's Brew is pretty good. Fire Potion doesn't do a whole lot for us. It would allow us to change our direction if we didn't have an attack. But I think I like Gambler's Brew here. Just because we've had such issues finding our stuff. Alright, we've opened with one of our footworks. It's good. Wow, that's really good. Okay, so let's do that. So we're already full blocking. Let's try to get one of these artifacts burned. As for Calculated Gamble, these aren't really that. I mean, the leg sweep is nice. I'll hold it for this next turn because I'm going to have burns put onto the top of my pile anyway. Tools of the Trade. I don't know if we can play that this turn though. So if I calculated gamble, I'll gain energy, but I won't. I mean, I can't really. The leg sweeps should do this for 0 energy, I guess. As for the other stuff, not playing Tools of the Trade hurts. But I don't necessarily want to spend the energy on that this turn, which makes me inclined to Gambler's Brew instead. So we'll throw this away, one of these away. I'll throw that away too. Throw that away too. So, okay, we got the Adrenaline, that's pretty clutch. So we're playing that for sure, right? Alright, now we've got our weakness application, so that's good. So 21, I could still defend one more and then play our Tools of Trade. Alright, this is pretty awesome. This elite fight is possibly doable now. So we still want that Envenom that could help us burn through his bullshit. Let's I guess we could fly me this way. Hold cloak for we could hold cloak for when we have Envenom. I guess Dagger Spray can go away. I still want the defense from Cloak and Dagger available. Yeah, that works. So just this one last artifact is what we gotta get through. So another set of damage coming through. We need to. We would really like to get to that crippling cloud. I guess we can play 5 cards this turn, so we'll keep these. Maybe I throw Nightmare away. I don't know if I'm using Nightmare this fight. Yeah, I don't think I'm using Nightmare this fight, but I am using this. So let's do. Oh shit, he has block. Well, should we face this way then? Playing that. Playing this. This probably saves us some. Ah shit, but. Oh, I still get some weak, so that's fine. That's really all we want at this point, is the weakness on both of them. So still take damage here. It's fine though, they're both weak for at least another turn. Get rid of the burns or get rid of the tactician? I guess it doesn't matter because I'm going to probably calculate a gamble here anyway. So this is a skill, which means I'll use the fletchettes now. Get the poison going. Kind of want to save this. Maybe. I guess I don't have to. And he'll keep gaining strength. Let's do it. And then I'll outmaneuver and do this. So if I can have a huge turn here, I can maybe set myself up with enough block that I'll have no issues. So we'll neutralize on him. Escape plan into burn. Let's just start playing things. You're the one I want poison on. I'm calculated gamble this. Alright, we emptied out the hands. We have a few defense on holdover. And I guess we get Nightmare. The leg sweeps, or maybe the cloak and daggers. What am I throwing away? Defend. I could Nightmare. I should Nightmare something. Let's Nightmare this leg sweep because I need to keep them both weakened for now. So let's face this guy. We'll get some calipers value. Do I hold deflect? I don't need to. I'll be calipers. So we need to put the weakness on them. Then on you two, go back to you. Yeah. So this guy will be dead. Don't really need to worry about him anymore. So let's face him. Our strength is so low that pretty soon we won't even be damaging with our shivs. Let's apply more poison to this guy and just leg sweep him. So I don't think I can afford to just sit and wait while I'm 9. He's not going to die soon, so let's put some poison on. Do a flying knee. Let's how many burns? There's no burns in the. Let's do 2 defends then. I can have skewer around if I need to finish him off with it. The chance is just not going to do any damage anymore. So he'll die next turn, so let's just get up to as many, let's play as many cards as we can. Alright, now we're at 9, so we'll be good. Alright, that elite fight really didn't go too bad. We got a little the opposite of the luck that we've been getting. We got all our footworks early, so we were able to make that work pretty well. This is also another dead relic. I mean, I guess I get 5 HP off that one. There's the well-laid plans I threw away earlier. You know, I might actually take one more flechettes here. Well, I think I need it. It does make my deck more fat, though. Acrobatics might be nice. Acrobatics will just get us to the cards we need. As far as a nightmare goes, if I really... Footwork could be a good nightmare. These poison cards could be a good nightmare, the poison powers. Leg sweep is always decent. Even piercing whale piercing whale actually might be the way to go with nightmare. Do I want acrobatics or flechettes? Acrobatics or flechettes? Or skip. We need to dig. We need to dig quick. We need to get through the whole deck by turn 3, or by turn 4. So let's take acrobatics. Alright, so let's get these out of the way. We can save these, although we can blur. We can take the energy now. Alright, so we got the Envenom, that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and draw again. We want to maneuver, so This is good enough for now. Let's do that. And let's outmaneuver and blur in case he does the single attack. So he's going to do the single attack. We'll start with footwork. This is, oh, we should drink this, get the health, and just, we missed on a little bit of damage, but it's probably fine. Let's do this. Let's get this in play. This weakness is going to be huge. Do this. I think we play the poison, but not the poison stab, maybe? Let's play the poison stab. With any luck, that should be hopefully the I don't know if we have the piercing well here. I don't think we have to. Yeah, let's just do this. Alright, that was a little bit rough, but let's do this now so he's weak. And then I can probably calculated gamble. So we'll do this now. Shiv. Might as well deflect and then calculated gamble. Although we would throw away the piercing well. I think we need the piercing well for a later time. Yeah, we just want to get to this. Well, I can nightmare that if we're probably not going to be able to get our nightmare off. If I defend, I can carry over. So this would add 9, 20. It'd only carry over 3 blocks. So let's just get more poison going here. Alright, so he's at least weak for this, so we can defend. Get this in play. So we want the extra energy next turn. We're going to need it. As long as we're not dead here, which I don't believe we're dead. We're close to dead. Okay. We gotta do this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 of 18 are skills. Do I need this to block this though? Because this is 14, this is 17, so this is 12. Let's see, I beat a death set 2, so 12, 15. 12 plus 15 is 27. 27 plus 15 is 30 or 42. And that's enough. If we blur now, I don't think we want to blur this turn. I guess the crippling cloud isn't necessary. Well, we have the leg sweep all the way down there. I may need to hold on to this. Escape plan. Just don't know if I need to roll the dice on escape plan. The escape plan will help us keep digging. So I guess it works. Even if we don't hit on it. So we do need to get... we're probably not going to be able to survive another multi-attack. And we need that piercing well to survive it. So we'll definitely blur here. And then flechettes. Maybe just crippling cloud and then outmaneuver. Yeah, then he's for sure weak. Let's do this. Let's do this too. Okay, so we got a good amount of block. Beat of Death is now at 3. We got our piercing well to survive the following turn. Can I nightmare anything? I can nightmare the piercing well this turn. So I'll flechettes first. Add a ton of damage, and we gotta start killing them soon. So nightmare, piercing well, block, 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 poison, hold deflect for basically I have to have the deflect to be able to play these without dying to Beat of Death. Then I could skewer here, I guess. Yeah, let's skewer. Alright, it is halfway through his health at this point. Do I want the tactics on the other turn or this turn, you think? We can throw one of these away. So we can play a defend, a poison, you might want to do this. So I could get down to 1 health. Let's go down to 1 health. It's worth it to me probably to double leg sleep here. And I have to defend. So let's throw the wound out. Let's hold blur for the following turn. We will defend here, play a piercing well. And I guess 1 more piercing well is needed. This does 17, or I could just survivor. I could survivor the cloak and dagger out, because a cloak and dagger with 3 Beat of Death is kind of bad. Yeah, let's do that. And I could apply some poison. I think we might be able to win this. Probably don't need the neutralize in that case because he's already got the 3. Like, he's already weak for the next 2 turns, which are the turns we're gonna kill him on. So I guess we know we're probably gonna blur because we want enough defense going into this. And then I guess we'll just skewer here. Trying to think what our other options are. We could try to acrobatics into that outmaneuver now. That's an option. So this only applies 3 poison and does, 36 damage. I'm trying to think if that puts him on a 2-turn clock. So 36, that would take away. Actually, this is probably the best. I'm thinking. I'm not necessarily drawing though. One problem is I'm not drawing into a ton of defense. I have a defend and escape plan, and then that's it. So I think I actually. Well, whether I defend now or later, it doesn't matter too much. I know I can attack now. I'm not drawing into any insane attacks other than flechettes, so I might, in that sense, want to keep the skills for flechettes. If I play the 2 of these, that takes off an extra 3 of my... I don't think I need to play the Dagger Spray. So we're hoping for the multi-attack, I suppose, this next turn. So 77. He's on a 2-turn clock. We want the multi-attack, so that's perfect. We should be able to survive this then. So double piercing whale. Escape plan only has a 1 out of 4 chance. Or could I just kill him this turn? I might have to actually go for flechettes here to kill him. I might have fucked that up. I might have done all that just to fuck it up at the end. So how many damage do I need? So I got 102, so 102 minus 79, 100 minus 79 would be 21, so 23. We can do 10, or this is what? This is 12. So this is 12, 13, 14. 14 plus 11 is... 14 plus 11 is 25. What did I say I needed to do to kill him? So what's 80 plus 25? That's... yeah, that's enough. So, Dagger Spray, Poison Stab, and we did it. Oh my god, we did it. Wow, that was the hardest run of my life. 1 health. 1 health, and yeah, that went down to the wire. So we'll do a quick run review there. Low score, but it's not really something I really care too much about. So this was one of the weaker decks I was able to win with. Every kind of decision had to be very carefully thought out. I think this is a pretty good lesson learning run for newer players to maybe look at. Although, and I kind of ate my words a few times just because there's a few cards I kind of said are useless that I ended up using to pretty good advantage. So let's just go through the cards. So Adrenaline, we took that over, I believe, Malaise and Venom. We ended up getting an Envenom later anyway, but I think Adrenaline was definitely the right call. Adrenaline is just always good, and it allowed us to dig through the deck, give us some energy, and just a very solid card. And Venom, once again, that Venom comes through in the clutch. I've said it before, so I'll say it again. It's not a card you always add, but when you add it, it needs to be because you absolutely need it. And I absolutely relied on it to win. Nightmare, we took it. I was debating. Usually, you want maybe something like a Catalyst or like a Wraith form with it, but it ended up allowing us to win. If we wouldn't have nightmared that Piercing Wail, we would have lost. And even against like Dono and Deca, we nightmared the I forget it was either Blur or Leg Sweep, and that allowed us to win that. So Nightmare, similar to Envenom, you don't always add it, but you add it when you think it could be the difference maker of you winning. Tools of the Trade, I'm so glad we took it. I think it would have been okay not to take it. I mean, in hindsight, if we didn't take it, we probably wouldn't have been able to win this run, but it was kind of 50-50. I took it at the time. I can't remember. I'll have to review the video, but I'm glad I took it, because Hovering Kite, the only reason you should ever take this relic is if you have Tools of the Trade. Otherwise, it just doesn't really provide you much. But it essentially meant that whenever we played Tools of the Trade, it gave us an energy every turn. Blur was pretty clutch. Blur is like what this relic wishes it was. Although I will say this relic, I can't bash it too much because we probably would have died without it. But being able to carry over the defense was absolutely necessary for us to be able to win several of those fights. Calculated Gamble as well, really good in honestly, it's good in Sneckwai, but it's really good in Runic Pyramid. To be able to just throw your whole hand out, you kind of get a lot of times where you just get clogged up with cards you don't want to be sitting on, and this kind of gives you that escape route. Crippling Cloud, just always good. Like, it didn't really, with Paper Crane, it's just a really solid card no matter what. But with Paper Crane, it's even more insane. Endless Agony, I think we got that through a transform. It was okay. It's kind of a liability in. It's nice that it's a zero cost. Within Venom, it's some cheap, quick damage. The only thing that does suck is when you draw it and you don't, your hand's already full, because then it can become a liability and it'll keep cycling through your deck and multiplying. But we didn't really get too much of that, thankfully. Escape Plan, it's a pretty good card. It was already upgraded when it was offered, which was further enticing. But when we're running footwork, you're inclined to take this. I mean, it's rare for a silent deck not to be filled with skills by the time you hit late game. So it's usually just a free cycle with free defense. I think we only missed on it like once or twice. Fletchette's right in the Nightmare and Envenom category of like only add it when you think it will win you the game, and it absolutely was necessary for us to win the game. The two Footworks, these are just always good. You always add them to any deck. The Silent loves to have Footwork, and 2 or 3 is fine. I might not add any more than that, but being able to generate that much defense allows you, in a deck like this where we don't have Catalyst and we didn't have like some of the better ways to kind of quickly apply poison. The fights were going on long enough that we needed to have the defense to be able to survive it. And on that same note, Leg Sweep, just another great, solid defensive card. High floor, high ceiling. Works amazing with Paper Crane. Skewer did a lot of good work. The outmaneuver, the card I've hated on a lot. I still will hate on this card. I don't think it's worth ever taking in like 99% of runs, but in this run it was already upgraded and we needed it. It's in Runic Pyramid's the only time I've ever taken it, and every now and then in Runic Pyramid it's kind of worth it. It's similar to like Concentrate, like those two cards. Outside of Runic Pyramid, I'd never take them, but in Runic Pyramid, Outmaneuver can work well, and it especially works well with something like Skewer, where you can get that 3 extra energy, and now you have 30 extra damage, even more if you have like Envenom or some strength. Tactician, Reflex I still maintain is never really worth adding to any deck. Like, I would have, in this deck I never would have added Reflex, but Tactician on the other hand, in a Runic Pyramid deck that has Tools of the Trade, that's the two combinations I would say it's fine to take Tactician in. In that case, you can get the, when you draw it, it's basically cycles, well, it doesn't cycle itself, but it gives you a free energy, which is pretty nice. Acrobatics, we took it at the very end. I believe we needed it to get to the cards we needed to, because if you remember, we would not have survived another turn. Granted, the heart wouldn't have either, but if I wouldn't have gotten to that scaling as early as I could have with the acrobatics, like with the envenom and whatnot, or whatever it was that I was digging for, I would have lost. I mean, I won with 1 health right down to the wire, so yeah, it was definitely the right call. The other choice was Flechettes. I don't think we would have won if we would have took Flechettes. We needed to dig for scaling, and that's what we did. Cloak and Dagger. This was a questionable ad. I needed defense at the time. It's not a great defensive card is a thing. You'll especially notice that on fights like Time Eater and the Heart. Like on the Heart, unless you really want to let the Shiv cycle or just sit in your hand. With Runic Pyramid, it's just going to sit in your hand. If you don't have Runic Pyramid, it would just cycle into your deck. But, oops, sorry, dropped my phone. So Cloak and Dagger, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we needed it, but it can be okay with Envenom. If it was upgraded, it would have been a little bit, upgrade almost is a downgrade sometimes. Against the Heart, once the Beat of Death gets to 3, you're like completely nullifying your defense by having to play the 2 shivs. So I don't know. I still don't really like Cloak and Dagger. I think we could have done without it. There were times that we wanted it, but we didn't get it, like when on that Reptomancer fight. But so it could. I don't know. It wasn't horrible. It just sucked toward the end, but it did some work in the mid game. So maybe we did need it. Dagger Spray. It did its job. I mean, it applies Envenom twice when we had Strength. I mean, at the end, it's what, that and Poison Stab were what allowed us to win, so can't really fault. It's just a solid, one of the most solid Act 1 commons that you add. You don't really add it past that, but it's relevant at most points in the game, thankfully. Deadly Poison, not the most ideal way to apply poison, but it was what it's what we had. You take what you're given, and it did its job. Other cards probably would have done it better. Other cards could have done it better, but without it, we wouldn't have won. We needed exactly the amount of poison that we did, and this application of poison was pretty much in every fight we were using this card, so it did its job. Deflect, I only take Deflect in Runic Pyramid decks. You'll notice we even took it before we even had any footworks. That's questionable. I only did that because we were seriously hurting for defense. That was like early Act 2. Generally I'd want footwork before adding Deflect, but we needed it at the time, and it did its job. It's definitely good in Runic Pyramid. You often can't really clear out your hands, and having a decent amount of defense for 0 energy is pretty good for Runic Pyramid. I don't really take it outside of Runic Pyramid though. Flying Knee, I think that was the very first card we took. Kind of a middle of the road attack for Act 1, but in a Runic Pyramid deck, it's actually okay. It definitely, in a Runic Pyramid deck, you're generally getting to use the utility of the energy it provides. So it was pretty solid. It allowed us to win for sure. Outmaneuver, that's kind of the MVP of this run. We would not have got through Act 2 without it. Absolutely would not have. We wouldn't have got through the game without it. So I don't really take back my assessment that it's generally useless, but unlike something like I prepared I don't ever find useful, but like, or even slice I don't ever find useful, but outmaneuver, this is about probably the second time in my time playing that it's been able to shine. So it has very niche times where it can do awesome things like this. You need a lot of things to make that work, like Runic Pyramid and Skewer, stuff like that. Piercing Whale, we only had one, but Piercing Whale, it's just a god tier card, and the fact, it saved every fight that we had. It allowed us to win. So I would say Piercing Whale is probably the best card in the game, just because it's a common. It's a common that is so powerful. It's really good. Poisonous Stab, right there with Dagger Spray, just the two best Act 1 common attacks. Poison Stab didn't particularly, it was used at the end to get the kill. I believe in a lot of fights it was the final piece for finishing off enemies, which kind of shows its usefulness. It still provides like a little bit of burst, while also the minor scaling of the minor amount of poison it adds. So it's just a really solid attack. And I guess that's it. Relic-wise, Golden Idol, it's gold. You lose HP for it. I don't think it's stellar, but Potion Belt, it at one point we were holding on to 4 potions, so we definitely got value out of it. It just didn't really provide us any immediate value. So our first 2 elite fights or whatever, Strawberry is like pretty meh. I'd put it in like the bottom half of relics. It does give you immediate benefit, and then it gives you an immediate 7 heal, but that's kind of it. It just gives you better percentage heals by a slight percentage on all your future campfire rests and your boss heals. That's really all Strawberry does. Anchor, my least favorite of the sort of nautical block relics, but I wasn't necessarily sad to see it. It definitely saved our asses a lot of the time, where we, for whatever reason, with all these defensive cards in the late game, we are often not drawing any on turn 1. And that 10 block, the fact that we ended this game with 1 health means that every little damage that was mitigated was relevant, so it did its job. Runic Pyramid, my vote for second best boss relic in the game. Right behind Snecko Eye. I don't want to say right behind Snecko Eye, because Snecko Eye is so good that nothing really touches it, but yeah, it is. Runic Pyramid is also just generally always good. You'll notice also we took it when we already had upgraded well-laid plans. That's pretty common. Not upgraded necessarily, but it's pretty common that you have a well-laid plans by the end of Act 1, just because you're always taking it if you see it. And you can't let that scare you away from taking Runic Pyramid. You just kind of have to swallow that defeat and take the better relic. Cauldron. This might be the first time I've ever bought this relic. I remember at the time we had a lot of money, but the shop kind of sucked. The only thing that was good was like they had some potions, but the potions weren't necessarily stellar. And I had this potion belt that was ready for potions, so yeah, I bought the Cauldron, and those potions absolutely allowed me to take on those Act 2 elites. So yeah, had a lot of firsts this run, let's put it that way. Ceramic Fish, I guess I won't say it's completely useless, because I made pretty good use of my gold at every single shop that I went to. But I certainly would have liked to see another relic than this, but it didn't necessarily do nothing, right? Ink Bottle was pretty clutch. I'd say of all the relics, not counting the boss relics, Ink Bottle probably did the most work of what we've gone over so far. We were able to prep it up to 9 on almost every single turn for every single fight, which made it immediately a draw card, and which was, usually we were digging for cards and finding it exactly on the last card, so like Ink Bottle was what made that possible. Paper Crane, talking about mitigating damage and ending the fight with 1 HP. hard to find a relic that mitigates more damage than Paper Crane. Yeah, it's just insane. 40% less damage versus 25 is insane. Frozen Egg, that got us an upgraded Noxious Fumes and Venom and the 2 footworks. So 4 upgrades, definitely pretty nice. Hovering Kite, I almost never take this. I would say you just should never take it unless you got Tools of the Trade. That's really all there is to say about that. It's useless otherwise. Calipers, can't say it did nothing. Ended with, as I've said with Anchor, I don't really think Calipers is generally that good though. We had so much defense and still it was like pretty hard to get much value from it, but we did get some value from it, and that value was able to be just enough to let us win, so that's fine. Smiling Mask, in the same sense as Ceramic Fish, it allowed me to buy what I bought, and what I bought was exactly what I needed to win, so an even pair. I mean, the extra 10 health, is okay. Dreamcatcher, I don't remember if I took the card I was offered from this, but if that's all there is to say about that. I don't like Dreamcatcher much at all. Toy Interpreter, I bashed it, but again, I ended with 1 HP, so the 5 HP totally saved me. So, yep, that was a pretty insane run. Hopefully you learned a lot from it. I know I did. Yeah, until next time.